For any apologies, I do have one noted for lateness for Mr. Waru. Yes, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just signal I need to depart early for a funeral. Thank you.
Councillor Kaifong.
And also, Madam Chair, I need to depart by 12:30 for a meeting.
Thank you very much. We'll note that. Yes, Councillor McPherson.
Is it possible to reorganise the agenda so that the people that have come to hear the last item on the agenda could hear the debate and then be on their way? Thank you.
Look, I won't, just because we do have quite a substantial agenda and we do have our chief executives and managers here to be able to talk to and present to their report for the CCOs. So there's quite a bit on the agenda. Thank you for asking that. I appreciate you having their best interests at heart, but we do have a lot of other people in the room that are waiting for their turn too. So thank you very much for noting that. I will call for a mover and a seconder for the apologies. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Yates. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Thank you very much. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? There appear to be none. We move to urgent items not on the agenda. Any urgent items for this morning? Yes, Mayor Chadwick.
You may rule me out of order, Madam Chair, but I'd just like to congratulate our airport company for winning the Essential Services Award at the Business Awards on Saturday night, and congratulate the Chamber of Commerce for a fantastic community evening, especially with the focus on resilience. And also our finalists of our Te Amorangi unit for the bilingual business. So congratulations. It was a beautiful Rotorua evening, but we were very proud of the airport company. It's not really urgent. I slipped that in.
No, thank you. I think it's appropriate we note it because it is, especially in these challenging times, wonderful to celebrate the good work of our organisation and our wider community partners. Thank you very much, Mayor Chadwick. So there appear to be no other urgent items. So we'll move on to the confirmation of minutes on page 6. I ask for a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting on the 1st of October be confirmed as true and correct record. Moved by Mrs. Bray, seconded by Ms. Councillor Yates. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye, thank you. And we move on to staff reports on page 10. We have a recommendation and I ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report that the report operational updates for Council from Infracore Limited, Rotorua Airport Limited and Rotorua Economic Development Limited be received. Moved Councillor Okawa-Tate, seconded by Councillor Maxwell. All those in favour please say aye. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce our first presentation and speaker from Matt Scott to the table. From Infracore Limited, we have an attachment on page 11, and I believe there'll be a brief PowerPoint for us this morning. Oh, and welcome to John McRae as well. Thank you for joining us. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou. Okay, financial year 21, quarter one overview. Following on from the last presentation, which was not so long ago, where's my clicker? Okay, so it's a very brief presentation. Obviously happy to take questions at the end. The collaboration with MSD is a good news story. So the conversation with MSD is around highlighting the top 5 employers as they see it in Rotorua at this current time, and working together to create sustainable outcomes for beneficiaries. It's on a contract type basis where we sign into a 12-month term. We work together to bring people into our business on a semi-funded basis, so it's partly funded. There's funding for some training that ends with NZQA standards, and there's obviously benefits for the Infracore business with additional resources that can come through the Infracore pathway, I suppose. They either end up with us as being able to apply for full-time roles at the end of that term, or they will move on into the open job market with increased and better skills than they had previously. So that's, from my perspective, to be Infracore to be considered in that way is quite an honour. And you know, it's certainly in alignment with the statement of intent. It's certainly in alignment with our social conscience and the social outcomes that we're aiming to deliver. On the same topic, from a social perspective, we're also working, as previously stated, with the Department of Corrections. We do have a signed memorandum of understanding with Corrections, and we do form part of the opportunities for their clients to come back into the workforce post-serving sentence, and they're matched with their existing skills into our current vacancies. We've actually got a prison visit towards the end of November, which is to showcase to us and other companies the training programs that are actually initiated in the prison facility itself, to give us confidence that there are efforts to rehabilitate people back into the community, and they do need real opportunities. So that's a great piece of work there as well. There's a few other things going on as well where we've shared with local conservation groups and iwi groups. I suppose the benefits of an operating company, things such as role descriptions, health and safety plans, and stuff that can be quite challenging to create, quite resource heavy, and we can provide that as almost on a template type basis as a kickstart, which is great. PGF funded Kaingaroa stormwater and wastewater piece of work has been another great opportunity. Funded by the PGF, it's based upon us exploring the existing wastewater network and sewer network to get a condition report on a certain percentage of it. The theory is that would be extrapolated out over the whole network so that budgeting can be created and applications can be made to bring those networks up to the standard that's required to be fully operational and serviceable. And then as a general statement, obviously working hand in hand with the council and other opportunities to add social contributions to the Rotorua region. KPI Summary. So these are KPIs from the Statement of Intent. Financial delivery, you'll see from the pack, is above budget for Q1. That's largely dependent on, largely provided by additional unbudgeted work, but also there's an element in there of operational excellence and operational performance that has driven to better outcomes than we originally budgeted for. That's based on utilisation of resources, production rates of the staff, so on and so forth. The operational KPIs for parks and open spaces and utilities both come in on a nice bright green at 83% apiece, which is above the 80% threshold, which is great, and the people KPIs sit at 100%, so that's performance reviews and development plans for each and every employee in the business. The two that aren't green ticks up there, the HSC engagement sits at orange. There's measures in place to bring that up to green. I just want to explain a little bit around that. This measure isn't around how safe the business is. This measure is around changing the safety culture over time so that we move from a dependent state into an interdependent state, which will ultimately strengthen our health and safety position. So where it sits at the moment, the two measures are based upon the attendance for the Health and Safety Committee, people actually turning up to it, and then the toolbox talks that are derived from that committee actually being delivered to the teams. Now, it sits just under green. It's not a long way from green, but nonetheless, it still needs to be brought up. The measures in place to do that is there's a number of gaps in the Health and Safety Committee, so we're going into an election phase for that to fill those gaps. We've got role descriptions for the health and safety committee members, and there'll be actual time allocated in their workflow to be able to deliver those duties, so to speak. We're also including them in any investigations at subject matter expert type level. And the last one there, ISO 9001, that also shows that orange, it won't be green until it's been achieved, but it won't be achieved until probably Q3 of next or this financial year. It's on track. There's no red flags. The internal audits are currently going ahead, and it's just trundling along that timeline. So, no concerns in that respect. As far as business optimisation initiatives, this is what makes us more efficient. This is what removes the waste. This is what reduces the cost, and ultimately puts us in a stronger financial position. Current piece of work is based on the dispatch centre. So, as I said last time, we have the systems in place, we have the expensive bit in place. What we're doing now is understanding how those operational processes work and how we can move to a point where the dispatch centre is dispatching to the person that's actually going to be doing the work and cutting out all of the swivel chairing and cutting and pasting of workflow. There's also a piece of work in there as well, working with council, where some of the workflows that we receive are manual, they're via email, they get punched into our system when they arrive to us. So we're investigating with the IS team at the moment how we can have an interface between the two systems so that the work can come directly into the Infracore workflow management system without anybody touching it. And again, that would provide resource efficiencies. Probably the last thing to talk about on this slide is the last bullet point there. So, as I previously reported, we have Power BI dashboard reporting now. We're currently creating a client-facing version of that, which means that the relevant people in the council will be able to access it any day of the month, not just at month end as a report, but be able to see how we're tracking from a financial perspective, workflow, open job numbers, KPIs, etc., etc. That will also drive efficiencies in respect of, if anybody needs to see something quickly for whatever reason, they can just dip in and have a look themselves. There's no email trail, there's no request, there's nobody stopping what they're doing to service the request, and just drives the efficiencies. And that is that.
So if I may give just a bit of a high-level summary. So it's been a little while since I've actually sat here with Matt and given a bit of a korero around Infracore. And that's really, more than anything, a sign from me that I've got confidence in Matt and the team. And I've got to say that, for the last, you've heard me talk about getting Infracore, lifting the bar, getting Infracore towards a high-performing organisation. We know we did come from a low base many years ago. And I can actually, hand on heart now say that, this is an organisation that I can say I'm proud of now. It's an organisation that's taken a lot of mahi from the board and from the management to get there, but we're definitely on the right track. We've got a small board that's working very effectively. We've got a good management team that is also, building the capability within the individuals, building the capability across the organisation so that we know when we're going for contracts, we know when we're talking to, your RLC management team, that we're actually going to deliver on time and we're going to deliver a good quality product. And that's really important for any organisation to give those, basic KPIs that you're able to, know that you can talk about delivering and deliver at the same time. So I'm really here to say that, really comfortable with where Infracore is at. And despite, some of the metrics, I guess, despite lockdown, our P&L is in good shape, which is really pleasing. And that's a lot of hard work and confidence in the organisation. Obviously, our balance sheet has been, pushed hard for a number of years, and that's going to take a wee while of having a good P&L so we can actually get some of those funds into the balance sheet and start investing in some of those key assets so that the organisation has a good balance sheet as well and asset base. So it's been a fairly long journey. It feels like it's been a fairly long journey. The journey's certainly not at its end. There's always a long way to go in terms of, continuous improvement. And Matt and the team have definitely got an eye on quality and making sure the organisation does keep lifting its game. But for me, I see a really positive future for Core. It's an important contributor, as Matt's been pointing out there in a bit more detail. It's definitely an important contributor in terms of, social, but also economic, and really it's about targeting those 4 well-beings that we're all charged to actually deliver on. And Infocore's, a key organisation with capability now to actually help RLC and the community achieve those 4 well-beings. So that's sort of a very high-level summary. I've got to say I'm pleased with how the team are going, Matt, and everything that sits around there. So just a bit of a kōrero to let you know where I'm thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were there any questions this morning? Yes, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Matt, it's just a quick one on the, you've highlighted the capital injection to replenish plant.
Yes.
And I just wonder how you're getting on there with disrupted supply chains and getting that plant replenishment underway.
Yeah. Not too bad from a disruption perspective. We're probably 3/4 of the way through making those purchases at this moment in time. The challenge, some of it is just like sort of literally off the shelf type stuff, but when it gets to the tractors and the mowers, they're a little bit more specialised. So there is a timeline on that, but not necessarily disrupted by COVID, just a natural timeline.
Thank you. Your Worship.
It's a question and a comment. I'll start with the question first. I remember when we did our meal and our bus tour out there was some discussion strategically about the site, the actual size of the footprint there. I don't know what's developed there. And the other is a comment about the great work with the gardens and the feedback that we got, all of us, I'm sure, how beautiful the gardens are and how they uplifted our community's hearts, really, at a very tough and challenging time. So they're really very visible. I know there's many other parts too in Core, but that's something that we really appreciate. Thank you.
I appreciate that on behalf of the team, and I certainly give that feedback back to them. With regards to the site, there have been a number of different conversations. We're yet to land on anything firm, but there has been exploration, and yeah, there's further to go with those discussions, I guess, at this point.
I guess what we'd all like to see is a smaller site for us that was actually more purpose-built. At the moment, we have got older buildings that, are not fit for purpose any longer. It'd be great over the period of time that, we would have that's where the balance sheet comes into its own right, have a balance sheet where we could actually start thinking about, having fit for purpose assets in a smaller footprint. So there's certainly room there to share on that side with a like organisation.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. It's just a comment from me today. And I'd just like to congratulate Infocore on your social commitment to headline local employment and working with both the Ministry of Social Development and Corrections and to help people to be reincorporated with society. I think that's really tremendous work there. And also on behalf of the Rural Community Board, also to thank, and I'm sure that the people of Kaingaroa Village really appreciate it, by bringing the level of services over there into the 21st century. So thank you very much for that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Okawate.
Thank you. Good morning, Koe. I was looking here with where you were saying that you've developed relationships with iwi and obviously corrections as well, and MSD. Are you looking also to develop relationships with Te Puni Kōkiri and Te Wānanga o Aotearoa? Both these organisations have a strong commitment to ensuring that Māori get training opportunities and also the opportunity to work into to move into jobs as well. But they're significant organisations. They have a reach right across the country, and apart from locally, of course. And also, they're very much into collaboration and sharing resources, or indeed providing resources. So, if you haven't, I would say that they're two significant organisations locally that are well connected in, and also, in terms of iwi and young people going there.
Yeah, we haven't as yet, but most definitely interested in doing so.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your rundown this morning. Looks very aspirational. Just wondering, and hope all those bullet points that were, they're achievable. But just a question. With regards to one of the KPIs, we said that we want to be 100% in social and as well as staffing KPIs. In this difficult financial climate that we are in, how do we aim to sort of be 100%? Do we become a regimented, or, my question is not critical, but to achieve 100%, that means we are going to have to be very tough and very stringent with everything?
Not necessarily. The actual KPI itself is based upon the feedback from the beneficiaries of the opportunity that we've given. So the opportunity itself is generally would be a vacancy. That is a role that needs to be filled. So there's no additional cost in that perspective. The KPI, I suppose, is to reflect the benefit that has been given to that person and the difference that it's made to their life and the people around them, which isn't necessarily just a monetary thing. It's that now that they can pay their way through their family support system, pay their rent, etc., etc. So it's not something that we need to manage tight from a fiscal perspective. It's something that demonstrates, A, we give the opportunity, and B, we're committed to treat that person in a way that they would expect to be treated if they worked for a respectful employer.
Yeah, thank you. And I do think that through the presentations that you've given us over this year, it's quite clear that you've been able to provide both those tangible and intangible benefits, because we know there's a very large ripple effect to ensuring that we have people that are employed and people that are actually doing great projects of a high standard in our community. So thank you for that work. We go to Councillor Bentley, followed by Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Matt, for your report this morning, and I concur with the Mayor with regard to the garden, so something we can be very proud of. However, I have to be a little bit critical on the standard of cleanliness of the CBD and the state of the paving repair. I think that needs a much more severe look at, and I'm wondering if for some reason you have consciously dropped the level of service for that area.
Definitely not consciously dropped the level of service for that area. It hasn't come through to me on the KPIs, but I'll certainly look at it.
As a follow-up question, I suggest taking a walk around the streets.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. I'm very sure they're well aware of the level of standards, and actually, if you recall, what one of the great changes was also as part of that review process, they also take photos to ensure that it's not just ticking a box saying yes, we've cleaned it, but we can see visually that it is up to a high standard. But we will note that and make sure that it is up to a high standard. Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. John, Matt, thank you very much. Very impressive report. Very well done with the MSC and corrections work and the coming work in Kaingaroa. Most important. Can we look at the last slide that you presented, Matt, about business optimisation? As I read the material here, I became increasingly concerned about productivity, it could be a casualty in the current environment. But when you run your finger through that, your thumb through that lot, perhaps this is a question for John, is it going to be possible to sustain and improve productivity in the current context?
Oh, it's not without its challenges. You know, sometimes when you're looking at, you know, these programs, they do consume resource across a lot of areas. We're being careful though, and particularly at the board level, making sure that we've got transparency, which is great that we've got, you know, the Power BI to actually get that level of transparency and information, but transparency in terms of, you know, what is it actually costing to do the actual mahi, the actual business on the ground, and what is it actually costing us to deliver also the social outcomes through that, and just being mindful that, you know, there is a possibility that you end up with a decrease in productivity across that board, which is exactly the question that you're asking, and it's the question we ask of Matt, you know, on a regular basis. We want to see productivity actually lifting, keep him going, because this organisation still has a way to go, you know. Like I said, I'm proud where it's at, but it's still got a way to go as well. So we need to actually make sure that for every dollar we get, that we're actually, you know, focusing on delivering two things: increased quality of the productivity, and also each one of those items that we deliver being more cost effective as well. So lifting quality, making sure that we're doing it in the most cost efficient way, as well as giving social outcomes. Then they're not impossible to balance up and deliver all three at once, but it certainly is a good challenge for us. We're getting there. We've got strong improvements in all three areas.
Just to add to that, if I may, I guess that risk is mitigated by the speed at which we're operating. So, you know, we're not making massive changes in a short period of time. This is more of a longer game. So, you know, bringing the people that we're bringing into the business are still suited to those roles, right? So there's no concession made, I suppose, on the ability to be able to do the job. They still fit the skill criteria. The financial measures and the utilisation and production rates are measured within the Power BI reporting, so that we can see, as we inject more resources into it, whether there's any negative impact in there. It's a case of, as John says, it's a case of navigating our way through those three parameters so that nothing suffers. The production rates rise, the financial outcomes increase, whilst we inject the social element into it as well.
Follow up, just a comment that clearly you've passed the initial turnaround phase. You're now sustaining that turnaround, and all the signs look positive. So I agree with your analysis, John. I think it's moving very nicely.
Yeah, kia ora.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Well, that concludes our update from Infracore Limited. Thank you very much to our Chief Executive, Matt Scott, and our Chairman, John McRae. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Kia ora.
I now invite Andrew Wilson to the table to speak to his presentation and report for Rotorua Economic Development. And we are on page 20.
Kia ora koutou. So I've just got a couple of slides, so I'll take the report as read and happy to take questions at the end, but there were just a couple of kind of points I thought would be useful to touch on. So the first one was really just talking a little bit about business confidence. So I think it's useful to reflect on the fact that there is actually relatively positive business sentiment across the board. While it's a little bit patchy in places, generally what we're seeing is some quite good indicators and good feedback from a lot of business people, you know, across our community. That's reflected, I think, certainly in some good leasing activity that's continuing to occur, with some landlords reporting their busiest periods over for quite some time. And we're certainly, you know, in discussions with retailers around town, a lot of them are also indicating that they've been the busiest they have for quite some time. The work on the inner city plan, which you'll obviously remember from the Build Back Better work, continues. We've been working with DCA architects to consolidate all of the existing plans, and they've pretty much finished the first draft of that. The good news is that there's the existing plans, there's some in there that were flawless in terms of their composition and the way in which they were put together, which is positive. And there's a high degree of consistency across most of those plans as well. Also useful to note is that we've actually done a lot. So, as a council, and a lot has actually been ticked off in terms of all of those previous plans. Alongside the inner city planning work, the team's also been focused on developing a summer program of activations that'll build upon activations that are already sort of planned, including the Santa's Grotto and Santa's Festival down at the ice site in Jeanbatten Square, and we'll look to kind of shift some different activations around different parts of the city to continue to ensure we've got some vibrancy through there over the Christmas period. Tourism, challenges and opportunities. Look, we've spent, some of this will be a little bit of a repeat from some comments we provided last week to industry at a Tourism New Zealand event. Safe to say that it's a bit of a mixed bag at the moment. We've had some positive results over the third quarter of the calendar year. July school holidays, we saw visitor numbers up, sort of 22% over the same holiday in 2019. However, the risk of further lockdowns does weigh heavily on those businesses. We certainly saw that with the first week of the most recent school holidays, where just coming out of the Auckland lockdown, visitor numbers were significantly impacted. For businesses in that sector, there's certainly continue to be some really significant challenges, not least the extreme peaks and troughs that we're seeing around weekend sort of dominated travel. There's nothing really in midweek, and certainly from a business perspective, staffing for maxed out type Christmas volumes for 2 days, and then having no one there for Monday to Friday is certainly a real challenge. The other sort of headwind is there's a lot of marketing noise out there at the moment. I think the government provided 31 RTOs around the country with $1 per cash, and so it's safe to say that everyone's out there hunting domestic visitors. Achieving cut through in this space is really a challenge. Looking ahead, we've been really focused as a team in terms of trying to think about how do we provide some better data and insights for industry. I think most of you are probably aware that historically most of our data has been kind of backwards looking, and it's sort of, maybe 6 to 8 weeks after the month we might get some views in terms of what's actually been going on. Fundamentally, the world's kind of shifted, and most of that historic data's of limited use when you're kind of thinking about planning for the future. So turning the dial, we've been really looking at how do we develop some forward-looking dashboards, which I'm just happy to give you a bit of a sneak peek of. So we've been working with a little local dude to build up a couple of metrics in here. So they take what's called a price-based occupancy index, which combines basically occupancy and pricing to give you a forward look in terms of what's happening in terms of demand. So how that looks in reality when you kind of look at it over a 90-day period, and this was from just before Labour weekend, is you can kind of see those peaks that we're talking about in terms of Labour weekend, obviously those 3 kind of peaks at the left-hand end there. You can see the weekend activity pretty much between now and Christmas, and then a pretty solid-looking kind of Christmas period through into January is certainly continuing to look pretty positive as well. The nice thing about this is that we're able to run it every fortnight, and so we can actually start to get some better real-time views in terms of what's happening, in terms of changes in sort of booking behaviour over that time. So this is based on the core hotel-motel sector. And then we've also done this looking at the peer-to-peer sort of Airbnb book-a-batch type model, so that we also get a forward view. This one here is showing basically the weekdays versus weekends, and again you can get that kind of sense about what's happening in terms of booking capacity. Again, we are looking like we're filling up over Christmas. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We'll be pretty much full at the end. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor McPherson.
Yes, thanks. Just a point of clarification. The P&L you have provided has got commissions received, quite a substantial dollop of money, and then you've got the wage subsidy from MSD, which has generated a very high degree of profit. And I wondered if you can clarify the commission received. Is that a sustainable income? What's its nature? Thank you.
Yep, happy to clarify that. Probably easier to start with the wage subsidy first. So the wage subsidy is actually from much earlier in the year, and so it was applied, I think, for the period during full lockdown when we were completely closed. It basically, in terms of the accounting for it, in terms of when it was received, meant that half of it was accounted for in this financial year. So that's how that's kind of carried forward from in effect last financial year. In terms of the commission received, yes, we're certainly performing better than we had hoped in that space and better than we were forecasting. Look, in terms of is it sustainable, that's the million-dollar question really. We'd like to think that we can certainly beat the targets that we had in that space, but by how much, we're unclear, and there's, as I mentioned, there's still a couple of headwinds in there. If we went back into some kind of lockdown, that would obviously poke a pretty big hole in it. And additionally, we're also a little bit sort of trepidated, sort of a little bit nervous about what happens post-Christmas in terms of when we get into autumn, winter next year.
Supplementary, please. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that, and I notice under point 3 below that there's been savings in staffing costs. So clearly there has been some pretty rigorous attention to the structure of your budget and so on. But a totally different point now, Rotorua X would be considered by most to be absolutely essential to the reconstruction of our economy. And I wondered to what extent its services might be extended quite deliberately across geothermal, forestry and agribusiness projects.
Yeah, that's a big question.
Sorry, point of order, Your Worship the Mayor.
I feel that that's out of order because it's not something they can influence, and there is commercial sensitivity. It's a very strange question. Rotorua X is not part of RED.
But I think we'll take that as noted anyway, and perhaps you can have a think about that, and if there needs to be, they can get back to you with it.
I think there's probably a broader comment that could be made in relation to, one of the things that we've learned through, post-lockdown is that as an organisation we cannot work in isolation, and we perhaps had a tendency to do so. As an organisation, we need to connect with Chamber of Commerce, and we do that well. We need to connect with the private sector, and we do that well. And probably more importantly, which we haven't done that well in the past, is actually connect with our shareholder who's got a lot of capability within the organisation. And I've been quite deliberate with the board and my team to sort of say, and we're a good sized city for this, as a community, we actually need to work very closely together, make sure we connect right across all organisations so that we can leverage off everyone's capability to make sure that we can come back better. The starting of that Build Back Better strategy was an excellent way just to remind us, that we need to connect, communicate and leverage the capabilities within our community right across the board to make sure that we get the best out of everyone to try and bring us back in a way that's going to be not just stronger for now, but stronger for the future. And there's been a number of conversations, particularly at the board level, as to okay, well, how do we want to design the future? So it isn't sort of, for example, that high volume, high consumption type tourism industry. Are we looking at, how do we actually define our niche markets in the tourism sector and actually make sure across the whole community we've got products and product fit that is of high quality and something that we can actually, as a city, be proud of, and make sure that we do it in a way that's authentic, that's sustainable, that's actually got people first at mind, and making sure the character of how we come back for all of us as a community is holding those values very strongly to us all. So that would be my korero around that, is that it is very much about. It's not about us. We are there to be the glue across all sectors. That's not just tourism. We're talking to the wood first industry on a regular basis, talking about how we connect and be quite unique on a global scale. We're talking to the primary sector. We're working right across a number of sectors and making sure that we've got the same approach, which is together we're better. So there'll be a high level response there. Yeah.
Now, my closing comment, this is a compliment to the way in which Rotorua X has developed and what its big contribution to our economic reconstruction is. I just wonder, I'll leave my wondering about applications into broader fields to you both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Worship, the Mayor.
So I've got a question, and thank you for the report. There's some fabulous focuses in here about film and Vegas and seeing the 9 apprentices in there. Fantastic, and building that capability locally is wonderful. My question's about, and I want to mention Hana Kōkō too, coming to the information centre. Because we don't have the centre parade, thank you for picking that up. Our kids need to still go and meet the fella. So that's great. Thank you for doing that. But my question's about the CBD, and this is about the collaboration really that we need around that inner city development. How is that looking for implementation? I know the Build Back Better, you had a focus group that went out, got lots of good ideas. How's the steering group now as part of our housing strategy looking? And that includes working with us in council. I noticed at the orientation that all councillors are invited to this week. There were new urban planners there. That gladdened my heart that the capability is coming into council to work with you and that steering group on that focus. So what's that looking like?
Through the chair. So there's, at a couple of levels, we've got work going on. So certainly it goes without saying we're working really closely with council on that. Effectively the teams are sort of joined at the hip around that. At a kind of, I guess, a more tactical on the ground level, the guys have been working really closely with Richard Horn and the ambassadors and so forth to get alongside them and to actually try and reinvigorate what was, I think, previously called the Block Champions. This is going back quite a long way. And they're actually looking to try and reset that to be a little bit more focused, I guess, not around blocks, but more on corridors. So it's more about the neighbours that you can see as opposed to the people that are around the other side of the block. And we're anticipating that we'll get more sort of regular communication going with the retailers and the business owners at that level. At the more strategic level, I think there's still a need to be, to reset what that little governance or what that consultational governance sort of entity looks like, because it does need to draw in a bunch of different stakeholders, in particular the significant landowners and building owners, to ensure that actually if we're serious about making some change in the inner city, we need to get those people on board and in the room.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now have Councillor Donaldson, followed by Mr Hurd and then Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Andrew, my question is around the Connect BOP geothermal meeting that's being hosted that would appear to involve all the RTOs or economic development units or EDAs around the Motu, actually. really interesting. And the reason I asked this question is because one of your team and I had a meeting with a principal GNS scientist who's currently doing submarine exploration of all our lakes, and some of the stuff that he's incredibly excited about and was referred to us by regional council impacts on all of those uses, power generation, wellness, heat, and he added in tourism, I might add. So my question is around the timing for that meeting. Is regional council and Scion engaged in that hui as well? Just who is presenting? I'd just like to flesh that out a bit more. Thanks.
I might have to come back to you with specifically who's presenting, but it has been held during December, and certainly regional council, Scion, it's a pretty broad list in terms of invitees, and it does cut a fairly kind of broad range of topics that will be covered off in terms of that session as well, from memory. Yep. But happy to come back to you on that one, Dave.
In a really practical sense, one of the things we are fortunate to have here in Ngā Rohi is a number of private sector providers that have excellence in geothermal. You think about Tauhara North Number 2, a number of organisations over in Kawarau. We've got a number of geothermal sites that are greenfields that are just waiting for the right power price to hit before they actually press the go button on geothermal projects that are significantly big. I'm personally involved in 3 of them. So there's a lot of expertise in the geothermal space. And I think all we need to do is keep connecting with and encouraging our private sector partners to actually make sure that they keep moving forward, give them the confidence to invest, because that's where it really comes from. Most of these projects don't quite make it over the line because it's about confidence. So the more we can talk, not just talk a good story, but walk a good story here, the more likely the chances are of us actually getting, significant investment in what is a very green product. Sustainability is, key here, and it fits well with our value set. So we just got to keep pushing along that line.
Thank you. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question has actually been partially answered by the Mayor's question a moment ago around the CBD. But before I go to that, I'd just like to acknowledge what you said, John, about the closer collaboration. That is absolutely right. Thank you. And the Chamber, wearing my Chamber hat, is very happy to be able to say that is the case. And nowhere is it more clearly illustrated than your ardent support for the Business Awards. Thanks for that too. Thank you also for a very interesting report. There's a lot of work going on, and we know how hard economic development is to do. So my question, getting back to the inner city, is what we're seeing is a chorus of voices all asking for pretty much the same thing, which is a high-level concept plan as to where we want to take the CBD, with some suggestions as to what the critical keys that we need to turn are to make that happen. So is that the plan, to get out a high-level conceptual plan? Is that the intention? If so, the timing around that and the way in which we can participate, please.
Well, I think there's a couple of things. And firstly, a high-level conceptual plan would be awesome. But obviously that's going to take a lot of communication, because there's a lot of different interests across the community as to how that plan would evolve and come together. So there is the issue of timing. How quickly can we actually get agreement on what a concept for the city would look like? And I think most of you know that as a private sector guy, I'm not a very patient guy. So my sort of push on Andrew, whether he likes it or not, has been to actually start talking to the private sector and start getting some action on the ground, which is, okay, can we get some significant projects moving now rather than waiting for the concept plan. Now, generically, we kind of know how things should roughly roll, and over the period of time, yeah, I'm sure we'll get a concept plan that we all land on and love. But in the meantime, we actually need to get on and get some projects landed in the private sector actually investing into, you know, likes of inner city apartment buildings, the likes of, allocation of particular commercial themes, if you like, whether it's the legal theme or the whatever theme, and just start making things happen. So there's no such thing as a perfect world, and I think we have to actually walk it as well as talk it. So my pressure has been let's make sure that we actually walk it and get some action, see some action. And when you look back, just before lockdown, we actually have a number of already agreed projects thanks to all the hard work and the PGF funding that's landed some projects here, which has given us a real sense of optimism, which is important for anyone to be investing their capital at risk into this rohi. So that was a good starter for 10. And what we need to do now is just make sure we keep working with the private sector to keep landing some more and more of these projects just to keep that confidence moving. It's really important. So that's hopefully I've answered that. I think, yes, plan and concept's great, and that'll happen in time, but in the meantime, we actually just need to get some stuff done.
And one more, Mr. Hurd.
Just a follow-up question to that is that if we're doing projects on the ground, they can be seen to the uninformed as being ad hoc. And what we are getting from people who want to invest is a request as to what's going to be where, in terms of where are we going to have inner city living and where are we going to have tourism facilities, and because they don't want to invest in case the plan changes and they've invested in the wrong place. So we're the high level plan is just to give an indication of what we're going to do. Tūtanakai Street's key.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all, guys.
And so people really want to know the high level answers to those questions. So that was more what my question was about.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, John. It's been a tough year. Your job's certainly very tough, and it doesn't get any easier. But if there is a silver lining, and my comment is, if there is a silver lining, is that we are COVID-free. And that does add some value to the city that we are in, is that it gives people hope to come here. So through the chair, I'd like to know whether this is the right place for me to ask this question, because RED is involved in promoting Rotorua also as a safe destination. So about a year ago or two, we had a lot of homeless problems in the city, and we had a lot of vagrants as well. And now this year, they've been, because of COVID as well, been in placements in motels and hotels and many other places. I believe some of the leases are going to now expire. If they do come back into the city, are we working with the agencies to provide a better, safer Rotorua for the future?
I understand about that's really a question for council in the operational report, not RED, to deal with public safety. So it's a good question to put when we get to the council operating report.
Yeah, sorry, don't really have any comment to make on it. But I like your opening comments. I think you are right in that we are, the whole of New Zealand's in a very special place in terms of being COVID-free, and it's up for us to actually, I don't want to put a dirty spin on it, but it's up to us to actually leverage off that opportunity and make sure that we've put ourselves in the best space, given this is an opportunity. And you're quite right, it has been a very stressful time for everyone in the community. You may recall my last meeting, I had a full header here, and so did Andrew. So that sort of puts it in context.
Was there a final comment, Councillor Kumar? And we will hold that question over to the operational report.
Okay. Supplementary to that is, I believe there's a trial in Nongataha at the moment with regards to keeping the community very safe. And saw that interview with Monty Morrison live on TV1. So that was quite a good korero that morning. And hopefully people of Nongataha respond and so that the rest of New Zealand can benefit from that research.
Thank you. I see Councillor Maxwell's got his card as part of the trial. And last question to, sorry, we'll go Mr. Waru and then we'll finish with Worship the Mayor.
An update from Monty Morrison and Tartobi that I received last night. They've already hit 500 registrations. They're really thrilled at the response from the Nongataha community. The applications will close for your card, as Councillor Maxwell's holding up, on Saturday, and there's an open day at the Nongataha Community Hall for those that want to register late. Well, not late, in time. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship the Mayor. Mr. Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, o tira tātou katoa, mōrena. Yeah, I've registered, I'm a nongi, I'm at the NGO, so although I had to con a few of my whanaunga out there to say, no, it's not a tracking card, it's not telling you. So once we had that information, they were pretty good to it. I think we'll hit a good number there. Hoi no, tēnā kōrua. Just want to sort of back up what Mr. Hurd was to say. E tika tonu, I've had a bit of a hui with them there, and you, Andrew, you were there. And yeah, it really is just having that basic concept around this, in particular Tutanekai Street. Otherwise, you are going to get, people doing their own thing, and then you're going to get some kind of checkered-looking, main street down there. So it'd be nice just to have that, and then we see what we can do from there. Hoiano, tērā. Talking about Councillor Donaldson sort of already went there with the Connect BOP, so I know you just said it's in December. Who's in charge of the agenda of this kaupapa?
I believe it's us in Taupo sharing that one. Yeah.
Ka pai, good to hear, because I think there's a few things on there that maybe need to be put on there. In terms of, the geothermal there, yeah, you put in there that the importance of geothermal for Māori. Yeah, it's ino engari, we tend to focus on the more commercial points. And I noticed John brought up a few of the trusts that he's on there. I'm a owner in about 2 of them, I think, that you mentioned. Tauhara and all that. And we tend to always focus on the commercial, I suppose, benefits of using the geothermal. Is there anything else that we're going to be adding into that? And I'm putting you on the spot there. I know, Andrew, kia ora.
No, it's a good question. And probably quite timely, because I believe Te Taru was going to come and open and speak, obviously, on some of those other elements at the beginning of these.
Ka pai. And just one other thing to add there through you, Madam Chair, is that I don't know if you're aware or not of the hui that have been going on between, I think, Te Papa Atawhai, the Conservation Department, and MFE around geothermal reservations and the impact that they may have on moving forward. Just putting it out there. Oh, well, I'll hook you up. Ka pai.
Thank you, Mr. Waru. Thank you very much to both Andrew and to John. And that concludes our update on Rotorua economic development. We now move to the Rotorua Airport Limited. I invite Mark Gibb up to speak to the presentation and the report that they have this morning. And welcome to Peter as well. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Look, I've got 4 slides to run through with you, so we'll step through this reasonably quickly and just open up for questions. I'd like to, within the presentation, just ask Peter to pick up some comments in and around a management and board strategy workshop we had late last month, but I'll kick into it. So in terms of the presentation content, 4 items to cover off. Firstly, FY21 Q1 highlights. Secondly, to give you an update with respect to the cadence on the Airways project that we're currently working through. Thirdly, to give you a quick overview of Ride the Runway that we held on Sunday morning, which was an overwhelming success, and then to close out with a summary of key actions that will carry the company through to Christmas. In terms of, I suppose, Q1 of the year, we've had a very busy first quarter. Several of you attended the opening of the Business Hub late in October. As it stands today, we've had around 100 registrations, and we've got a number of events locked in there between now and Christmas and into the new year. So it's been widely acknowledged and accepted, and it provides a wonderful opportunity for business people to come together and have a space to operate within the airport environment. Second point around the bilingual signage. So a number of you that have been out to the airport will be aware that we've been through quite a significant transition in moving through to bilingual signage across the Emergency Operations Centre and the terminal, and that project is coming to a conclusion. And generally very happy with the outcome on it. In terms of the strategy workshop, as I touched on very early, the board and management held a strategy workshop about a month ago, but I'd just like to pass over to Peter to make a couple of comments in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, mate. Tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning, everyone. It won't surprise you to know that the airport company's facing some uncertainties both now over the next couple of years. Just to highlight a few of the many I have on my list. You'll be aware of the ongoing issues in relation to air traffic control with Airways. There will also be some negotiations in the future in relation to the Airways lighting and infrastructure assets at the airport. There is going to undoubtedly be negotiations with Airways in relation to pricing. There will be negotiations with Air New Zealand coming up in relation to landing charges. The Civil Aviation Act is also under review, and the policy underpinnings of that Act are still to be landed. And then, of course, with the hoped for growth through the east side, we need to make sure as an airport that there isn't a material impact on our ability to operate as an airport. And then, of course, there's the minor issue of COVID, and those are some of the few of the strategic issues that we're facing and the uncertainties that we're facing. And for that reason, we really need to identify, we felt, some small, sustainable revenue-generating projects that would look to very quickly reduce our reliance on Air New Zealand's passenger service. So we took a bottom-up approach in terms of strategy development, and in terms of project identification. Mark took his team away and was able to do some really great work, which made it much easier for the board to then sit down with Mark and go through and identify a series of 5 or 6 projects that we were able to debate and land on. And those 5 or 6 projects are going to be the subject of a funding application, funding recommendation from, I think, the Economic Recovery Subcommittee to your Strategy, Policy and Finance Subcommittee on the 12th of November. Mark.
Thank you very much, Peter. Just moving on down, port of first arrival facilities. So again, for a number of you that have been out to the airport in recent times, we have stood up and are operating, subject to the borders reopening, a gateway facility in which we have registration to receive directly into the city inbound internationals. We're looking to increase the processing size of that facility to around about 28 people. Why that's incredibly important for us is we have, over the years, post discontinuation with the Trans-Tasman service, seen a flip into private charters and smaller operations, and the ability for the city to continue to process international inbound and outbound flights is incredibly important to us. So we're locked into a phase at the present time with government regulatory authorities around increasing the processing size of that facility. And just to round out, in terms of Q1, just a metric there in terms of relative performance for the first quarter of this year relative to the same period last year. We've moved around about 60% of the passengers for a comparative 3-month period. In general terms, that is slightly softer than the period we have through re-emergence post the April and May lockdown, in which we were running at an annualised comparison of around about 73%. So we had a very good school holiday break. Obviously, with the Auckland lockdown, that dinted our numbers, but they're coming back fairly solidly as we sit today. Onto the airways matter. So there's 4 key items that I'll quickly take you through there. First and foremost, just to dial the clock back, in April of this year we received advice from Airways that they looking to move into a consultation phase with their staff around the discontinuation of air traffic control services for the city, and we were one of 7 airports that was identified as part of that process. We went through to a point of arbitration through the High Court, and this was under the guise of our service level agreement with Airways, and prior to having to take this matter through the courts, we, together with Airways, reached an agreement in which there was a stay on any decision until May 2021. Now, what that enabled us to do was to sit down and get the correct process in place, in which a decision around the future shape and form of air traffic control services was put in place first, prior to any decision on staffing. And that was the opposite of the process that was proposed by Airways back in April. So off the back of that, we've commissioned an aeronautical study, and what the study does is it looks at the current volumes within the air traffic control system that we run. And it's fairly complex. It not only includes the airport, it also picks up the hospital and the lakefront. Now, between the hospital and lakefront, those 2 aerodromes move just under 8,000 movements a year. So they are significant contributors to air traffic movements within the caldera, which is around about 28,000 movements in total terms. So we have a fairly complex aviation and airspace system. And when you apply issues such as weather, height above sea level, and the topography that we have, especially out to the eastern side of the airport, it is complex, and it brings with it a degree of safety and operating risk if we don't run things in a coordinated manner. So the aeronautical study really looks to place an emphasis on a question that if air traffic control was removed, could the system operate to the same degree of safety and efficiency? Now, in order to get to that decision, we've undertaken a series of generative interviews with all participants in the system. These are pilots, both from a fixed wing, from a rotary perspective, general aviation, scheduled passenger service, jet service, right down to smaller general aviation aircraft. Following completion of the interviews, we've held a workshop, and as at Monday of this week, we received a copy of the draft aeronautical study, which will be presented to the board on Friday the 13th for consideration. I hope that date doesn't mean anything. Presented on Friday the 13th for consideration by the board, with any adjustments to be made pre-Christmas before we submit that study to the Civil Aviation Authority early next year, with the objective being that CAA considers it and makes a determination around the future shape and form of the service. And at that point there, it becomes a commercial conversation with ourselves and various government agencies around if there is a future requirement for it, how do we pull together an agreement to continue to provide that service. But really the objective here is safety comes ahead of commerce, and that's the critical objective that we're looking to get clear alignment on as part of the aeronautical study. So in general terms, that the process is running well. We're under no immense pressure or threat at the moment around any withdrawal, but we are working through things at pace, but in a sensible and considered way. Into Ride the Runway. Apologies, Deputy Mayor, I've just noted you are on the middle photo. Yeah, look, in overwhelming terms, a really successful day. So Ride the Runway is an event that has occurred in the past through the Rotorua Bike Festival. Jonathan Dodd's the chair, a really enthusiastic group of trustees. The group that ran the Waka 100 a couple of weeks ago have taken over Tim Farber to run the event. So look, with all the constraints and negativity we've had around the year, we've still had an incredibly successful event. We held a sponsors event last Thursday evening, which a series of businesses involved in pulling it together came out to the airport, and we spent a bit of time with each other. On the Sunday the event occurred, we had around 1,000 registrations and around just under 700 participants out on the airfield. So a bunch of really happy people. Overwhelming support from locals this year. I think we were probably down in numbers in terms of out-of-city folks, given the Labour weekend influx we'd had the week before. So look, in overwhelming terms, really successful in an event that we will, as a business, continue to support and foster into the future. Just rolling out to what lies ahead for us. Later this month, we're looking to formally open the terminal, and there's a couple of key things that will come with that. We've got some carvings that adorn the building into the late 60s that have been through quite an extensive refurbishment program, and they'll be repositioned back into the terminal over the next couple of weeks. So we're looking to have those blessed on the day. We're also looking to name the entry road into the airport, and we're also looking to rename the terminal Rotorua Terminal. So there'll be a number of events that get folded into the opening ceremony, and we're working with the NZ Air Force to provide something sort of exciting for participants if we can pull that off around the end of the event. So that's something that we're working hard on at the moment to pull together, but we're looking at late November for that ceremony. We've provided information through the council with respect to the company's requirements going forward from a financial perspective, so that will form part of the overarching LTP deliberation. We've reached out to the business community some month and a half ago in relation to terminal advertising opportunities. We've had a number of businesses come forward and have requested to participate in that. And we're looking to pull together those agreements as we speak at the moment. The MOU with Nadine Kokopako, so that's been on the agenda for some time. On Monday, I had a meeting with a number of representatives from the iwi. We received a response back in terms of the draft MOU. So we're looking to pick that up and have a conversation with council and with the board in and around how we best take that forward. But really positive to receive that we now have received that response. As Peter touched on earlier, we're looking to accelerate the strategic initiatives that were touched on earlier. It provides a wonderful opportunity for us to diversify our income base and also look to accelerate, tourism and economic recovery through the city as part of that. And the last item is completion of the aeronautical study that we'll look to have signed off pre-Christmas, submitted to CAA early next year. So look, there's a number of other things that are happening under the bonnet, but they are the key activities. But look, we're both happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your report. When you fairly early on in the report, you come up with receiving international flights again, which is great to hear. Now, the cost of the customs and so forth, who's bearing that?
Yep, so that's not a cost that is borne by the company. That's a governmental cost. So we have no specific financial exposure towards having to fund those services. Just so you understand, the resource to run customs and biosecurity clearance comes down from Tauranga, and those resources are in place as part of the broader ports operation.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Mark, just on the draft aeronautical study, you talked about fixed wing and rotary off the airfield being interviewed in relation to that report. There's a chap you're aware of who's making inquiries, including with our staff here, around setting up a commercial skydiving operation in the caldera. Has that been rolled into this study at all? That would be an added complicator, I would have thought, in terms of removing air traffic control.
Yes, look, I suppose parachuting in the proximity to an aerodrome always creates complexity. We already have accounted for that to a degree with the parasailing activities that have occurred on the lake in the past, so we have provision for that. Look, we're very supportive of that initiative. You know, we believe that a split approach in relation to the provision of pick-up training, take-off landing facilities at the airport, but with a separated drop zone would work quite comfortably. It becomes a very complex and risky proposition when you're dropping parachutists into a live aviation environment, but there would certainly seem to be the opportunities within the city in Caldera to facilitate that operation.
Her Worship the Mayor.
Yes, well, I just want to say well done. I was asked to speak at the airports Hui and Wellington on Rotorua's approach to Build Back Better, and I received a lot of acknowledgements from other airports who were there about the fact that you continued to invest and also upgraded our terminal. So well done, because a lot of other places just stopped. And I think that's a very confident thing to do about securing our connectivity when the marketplace starts to open up again. I just wondered, Mark, do you need to clarify that we are not receiving international flights, but the preparedness and the capability, isn't it, that you are leading on? Could you clarify that?
That's exactly the case. So what this does is it provides a fit-for-purpose compliant facility to facilitate international flights. You're quite correct, yes.
And the other, just a question supplementary, there was a lot of work. It was a very rich place to be, actually, to be moseying around. Is there any potential opportunity for a Rotorua Queenstown flight?
Yes, I think one thing that we have learned from the crisis of COVID is a whole series of opportunities have arisen through re-emergence. So there's a series of conversations going on within the aviation fraternity about other sectors and how they could stand up. So certainly the Queenstown Rotorua conversation is back on the agenda for consideration again. And there'll be a number of participants who we look to wind into that over the coming weeks.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, followed by Councillor Rokawate, Councillor Kumar, and then Councillor Yates.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Thank you, gentlemen. Clearly, you've been facing some pretty serious challenges in the last few months and coping in some pretty tough times. And you've pressed ahead and got some remarkable achievements. And I admire your resilience above all else. Well done. At the same time, it would be helpful to me, please, if we could have a traditional P&L statement for Q1 and again in Q2, because that enables me to understand how the base organisation is performing. And I wondered if that P&L statement for Q1 and Q2 could also be set against your post-COVID budget, because apparently on page 33 you have reforecast your budget for the rest of the year. That would be very helpful if you could do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe just to address those two questions, look, we'll certainly seek guidance from Council with respect to the disclosure around our monthly financials. Obviously, there is an issue there that we are disclosing numbers that are pre-audit, but we'll certainly pick that up, Councillor, and come back to you on that. With respect to the forecast, you're exactly correct. Within the submitted statement of intent, we preserved our position in relation to reforecasting, and the reason for that was in the midst of preparing the statement of intent, we hit the lockdown through April, and there was a demonstrable impact in terms of our forecast passenger numbers for FY21. To put some context on that, pre-COVID, we were forecasting around 280,000 movements. As it sits at the moment, that's dialed down to around about somewhere between 120 to 160,000 movements. So there will be a significant impact in passenger movements until such time as the international borders reopen.
Thank you. And we do have the AGM next Friday at 10 o'clock. Yeah, so
yes.
It'll be a good time to ask those questions then too.
It will. Thank you very much.
Yes, Your Worship.
CCO, we don't require monthly financials from the airport company. We get all the requirements that we expect in our statement of intent. So I think it is the AGM.
Yeah, the AGM will be the right place.
Therefore, a point of clarification, do we not get Q1, Q2 and Q3 reports through this mechanism here at O&M?
Yeah.
I thought we did.
Yeah, but
Yes.
not the monthly. But the AGM will be the appropriate place.
Sorry, with respect, I did not ask for a monthly P&L. I was looking for quarterly P&Ls.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Okawate.
Thank you very much. Kia ora kōrua. Look, it's a pleasure to go into our airport these days. I am a frequent flyer and it used to look so outdated, and so I'm pleased that with what's been done. But look, can I just make a quick observation? This morning when I flew in, and I was waiting for my bags, and it was actually very bland in the arrival hall because there was no music, you know, our beautiful Māori music, not the dirges that you get when you arrive in Auckland International. I think it's a tauparapara set to music, which is shocking, so not that. But the other thing too is also there was no video screen with some of our beautiful, there's some lovely scene to the side, but there's no video screen just showing constantly, because we're not all arriving home. Some people I noticed were moving off to the rental cars, and some other people new into town were waiting for their luggage as well, and just thought what a wonderful way just to again showcase to some of us who probably are a bit out of touch with some of the attractions in Rotorua, but also for those who are coming in for the first time or visitors. I just thought that would be lovely. So that's just an observation from, because I just thought, but as I say, it's a pleasure to be there these days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Mark, for showing to continue to be surging forward, in a very tough environment. It's quite refreshing, though, when I'm driving through past Tinai, not much, but when I do, I see the car park in the weekdays quite full. So that's a good sign that people are using the services, whether they're flying out for meetings and stuff. So in coming back, my question through the chair probably is very superficial, but you mentioned the business hub, and we can see a photo of it. Just wanting to know for the discerning people that can use it, how does a membership work, and what would be the superficial question the cost would be? Because through Air New Zealand you can use Koru, but we don't have Koru over here, so we have got this membership. How would someone like, say, a busy board member like John McRae be travelling, and how does he fit into this picture?
Certainly. So, look, there's details in terms of the Business Hub on the website, but over the last week we've launched an airport app. So you can sign into the app and join up, or alternatively you can do that through the website. There's no joining fee as such. You're provided with a code to get into the room. There's a series of terms and conditions that apply to it, and basically they cover the fact that it is a quiet working space. It's a business space for meetings. So the key points there are there's no cost. There's a process to be gone through in terms of signing up. Thus far, we've received around about 100 registrations, and we've had a series of meetings booked into the earlier in the day or after hours. So next week we have a Rotary visit going through. We have around about 40 people. The week after we have a health and safety forum occurring in there after hours. So our sense, councillor, is we'll start to get a lot of traction, not just from itinerant travellers coming in and using it, but also as a facility for people to meet and converse within the airport environment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Yates.
Tēnā kōrua, and thank you through you, Madam Chair. It's actually a follow-on question from Councillor Kumar's, but if you could please indulge me with this, and that is to explain, especially for our listeners who are listening to our meeting this morning, the distinction and the differentiation between our business hub here in Rotorua and why Air New Zealand haven't chosen Rotorua to provide a koru club. I believe this would be an appropriate time to hear your explanation. Kia ora, kōrua.
Yes, well, look, and I can explain on behalf of Air New Zealand, because the decision was not ours in and around the Koru Club. So Air New Zealand's position several years back is once the airport hit a threshold of passenger movements, they believed that there would be enough depth in the volume of travellers to facilitate a Koro lounge. Now, once we hit that threshold, the goalpost moved again. And at that juncture, there was also a general view from Air New Zealand that the cost economics from their point of view around putting a business hub into Rotorua did not make commercial sense. So a decision was made to walk away from the opportunity. So there was significant effort put in on behalf of the city and a number of the business organisations, the Chamber and a series of others in and around supporting that position. And so once that decision was made, we looked inwards as a company and made a decision that we still needed a business space for people, and that was the genesis of the concept in and around the business hub. So the clear difference between a business hub and a Koro lounge is we do not provide alcohol or food free of charge. What we are looking to do, though, is to set up, which will happen very, very shortly, set up an arrangement with Cheris Kitchen in which people can order F&B into the facility. So that will happen through a direct iPad link, so you'll be able to book that in through the hub. So it's not a Koro lounge as such, but from our perspective, we believe it's something that that will fit with us well. And I would suggest that that the Koro Club conversation may well spark up into the future with Air New Zealand, subject to the success of this facility.
Thank you. Very good question. And finally, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā kōrua. I don't have any questions, but I just want to add to the acknowledgements and the bouquets you've already received since Saturday night. At receiving the award there at the Chamber of Commerce Westpac Awards. I'm very pleased in your report about the progress that you're making with the MOU with Ngāti Uanuku Kōpako and also the Rotorua bilingual programs. I mean, it's just, when you arrive or depart, people coming here, they know they're in Rotorua. So they're bouquets. Aroha mai, no questions.
No, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. And that concludes our presentation by Rotorua Airport Limited. Thank you to our Chief Executive, Mark Gibb, and our Chair, Peter Stubbs. We will now take a short break, 15 minutes, so we'll be back at 11:15 to continue with our financial performance.
local retirement village, and we had a discussion with them. Subsequent to the discussion, a request was made by some local residents to actually impose some closure or modifications to the traffic, through traffic in Margarita Street. We advised them at that point in time that this is not something that can be done lightly, because obviously it's got an impact, a potential impact on a lot of other people, and needed to go for public consultation. In February this year, a report was came to the council suggesting that we had this request to have some petition from local residents, and we suggested a consultation procedure to go through that, and we suggested in terms of that consultation process to explore 3 possible options for Margarita Street, taking into consideration the information we had in hand at that point in time. And one was the status quo, to do nothing, basically leave it as it is, to reduce the traffic speed volume, the volume of traffic and vehicle movements by installing some kind of active traffic management features, e.g. chicanes or narrowing the road, which I'll come back to that in a minute. And 3, or to remove the ability to travel through Margarita Street by totally closing the road midway near the vet shop. As such, the report was approved, and we had undertook a significant community engagement. You can see from the numbers in front of you there that we have a significant interest into that proposal. And I think, as predicted by elected members at that point in time in February, it was not just a matter of the locally affected residents. It's just a matter of the businesses and the commercial sector, the general public who's using that road, and the potential to have an impact on other, what we call unintended effects in adjacent roads, and what we call the migration of traffic from Margarita Street to other areas. And we had extensive processes of engaging with people. You can see in the report, and there's significant attachments to that, where people, close to about 1,400 people expressed their view about it. The majority of the feedback we received from the community, especially the businesses and the commercial sector on the east side of Margarita Street, and other general public, were opposing to any significant changes to the status of Margarita Streets, either in terms of active traffic management, or to constrain or obstruct the through traffic through the construction of Midway cul-de-sac. We had a public meeting, and again, I think the usual expectation is some debate about why to propose these options, what other options are available, and why we even consider that, that proposal. But of course, as a public body, when we receive some requests, backed by a number of petitions and signatures, we do have an obligation to explore the options for that. And we had some extensive discussions with the community, both online, in writing, and verbally through public meetings. Now, following analysis of all this, the feedback and review of the considerations we had, we arrive at the following recommendation, which it is really in your reports, and I'm happy to discuss that in the question time. Now, officers are proposing that we respond to the combined residents' concerns, the local businesses and general public concerns by not actually closing the road to through traffic, because the feedback we had, it would suggest that there are significant adverse effects on the businesses and the general public. The residents, though, there identified that navigating a busy road, which includes normal and heavy traffic, is a little bit of a safety consideration concern for them, and therefore we propose to install a formal pedestrian crossing in the location. We also propose to put additional threshold markings on either side, from the Fenton side and from the east side by the veterinarian clinic there, which is clearly marking that area as an area of residential habitat, and to encourage people to take some reasonable care when navigating through that area. And again, the third point is what we call additional physical restrictions on the lane widths to encourage lower speed limits. If you go on Margarita Street at the moment, you'll find that there is a second line. There are 2 active lanes of traffic, which are about 3.7, 3.8 million dollars wide. I would sort of inform you that the minimum width from an active traffic lane is between 3.2 meters and 4.2 meters. 3.2 meters is quite actually ample to enable a bus to go through. 3.7, 3.8 meters wide active lane is quite significant to allow 99.9% of the heavy traffic that goes through a lane. However, on the edge of each one of these active lanes, there is a line, a white line, and between the active lane and the curb. That's got an average width of about 1.1 meters, and that is marked as a buffer zone between the curb line and the active lane of the traffic. We instigated those road markings about a year ago in order to give those lanes a little bit of a perception of a narrowness to enable drivers to say, well, it's not wide open slalom here, we need to slow down a bit. What we propose here is actually in 2 or 3 selected locations is to put some small curb extensions up to that edge of the traffic, of the active traffic lane, not to encroach onto the traffic lane at all. And I think there's a plan underneath. You see that? Okay. Now, I have read into some the media that came yesterday and some correspondence that people are confusing that kind of proposed intervention, which basically maintains clear path on the active traffic lanes by creating a little bit of a buffer zone between the edge of the active lane and the curb as chicanes. The description was given as chicanes. Now, a chicane installation is an active traffic management measure. It takes the form of some kind of serpentine sort of direction, it forces traffic to navigate, like a serpent, through the road. Actually, it's a French word, chicane, which means trouble or troublemaker. And the intention of that actually is actually to force traffic to go through some kind of navigational hurdle to slow them down. We have not identified there that we have a speed problem. We have a traffic volume problem, a traffic type problem. So speed is not an issue. However, because of the volume of the traffic, you've got some residential properties which, when they come out of their driveways, they need to reverse or enter into an active traffic lane. By having these small curb extensions up to the edge of the active traffic lane, it creates a bit of a buffer zone between the active traffic lane and vehicles coming in and out of residential areas, and makes it a bit more safer. At least the perception of safety is improved by local residents entering an active traffic lane. So that is the nature of our intervention. So we understand, obviously, that that kind of intervention, that recommendation will not meet the expectations of some of the local residents there in terms of road closure. However, the feedback we had from our online systems, communications, meetings, and so on, clearly indicates that the adverse effects or the negative effects on the commercial sector and industrial sector and general public will be significantly out of proportion to the benefits we make it for the local street. So our recommendation is as per that report, and happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stavros. Your Worship, the Mayor.
Thank you, Stavros, and thank you for also explaining that it's not a narrowing of the road itself. Just with what you're proposing there with those, what do you call them? Those bits. Yeah. I'm just concerned about trucks. Are they able to navigate, and if one's going one way and one the other, can they easily get through because it doesn't encroach onto the road corridor?
Your Worship, as I said earlier, those active traffic lanes are at the moment at 3.7, 3.8 meters wide. Yeah. 3.2 meters active traffic lane is a minimum width. You can navigate a large bus through it. So there is absolutely no concern we have about the active traffic lanes enabling the safe navigation, and with a safe distance between 2 opposing movement, heavy trucks.
And one other just clarification for me. I did hear about speeding, and I know you're looking at some issues about especially truck speeds, which rattled and then shook the residents in Glenbrae. Can you put the signage up about reduce your speed?
Two things. I think we have no evidence of excessive speed. We do have evidence, which is understandable, of the effects of heavy traffic onto an area which is underlined by pumice land and it's conducive to vibrations. We cannot, as I said, the recommendation is not to close the street, and therefore heavy trucks will continue to go there too. What we're going to do with the pedestrian crossing and threshold signage and markings is actually to enhance and elevate the alertness and the awareness of traffic that this is a residential area and please drive accordingly. And I think that's the best you can do at this point.
And with the width, my last question, with the width of the road corridor, and particularly older people crossing a pedestrian crossing, is there any fixture halfway that they're safe? Because it's a bit of a walk for some of them with walking frames to get across that road.
Yeah, I think we will look into the actual location of the pedestrian crossing to be in a position that is, it will meet, if not most, but the majority of the lines of preference, for local people there too. And obviously we need to apply some technical standards of visibility in terms of, where the location is. At the moment, this is just a schematic presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry, I should have formally introduced Nikki Carleen, who's a very familiar face to us, but is now the Safe and Sustainable Journeys Manager, I believe. So great to have you here in that role.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I sort of intended to do that after this. Nikki's a replacement of Jodie Lawson. Of course, she's not an unfamiliar face, but I'm very pleased to have her in my team looking after safe and sustainable transport. Thank you.
We're pleased too. So I will now move to Councillor McPherson.
My question follows Your Worships, and that is the proposed function and location, however tentative, of this pedestrian crossing. Where do people need to cross? Where would a pedestrian crossing service a real need? Thank you.
Councillor McPherson, I think this was discussed earlier. When we propose to install a pedestrian crossing, there are specifications and standards to be followed. We will need to do a little bit of survey, with the local people to understand the line of preference. We need to apply line of sight and safe stopping distances, and then we pinpoint that. What we have there at the moment is just a schematic presentation, and I will talk to the local residents about the exact location of pedestrian crossing. And we will do that based on best engineering practice and best safety expectations we're going to have.
Thank you. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Madam President. Kia ora. Thank you for the, Chairman. Oh, sorry. Thank you for the presentation, Stavros. The Rural Community Board has a particular interest in this because, as you all know, located on Margarita Street are the three prime farming service centres for the rural community, being PGG Wrightson's Farmerlands and RD1. And so, more than any other reason, this is where rural people come when we come into Rotorua. So we had a meeting yesterday in the board, and we had a full muster, and we looked at this proposal. And the position of the board, which was unanimous, was that we support the option one, definitely, strongly, and recognise that 88.3% of the respondents that responded to the survey were in fact in favour of option one. We also endorse the idea of a strategically placed pedestrian crossing for safety reasons and signage. However, we pull up short when we start talking about the curbside interventions, because we believe that that's going to have some unintended consequences. And they will be consequences that around trucks starting, stopping, speeding up, slowing down. We've got VT and Z down there, of course, as well. And so we believe that option one, as originally proposed, is the way to go, plus the pedestrian crossing and or some signage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were there any further questions or points of clarification? Councillor Kai Fong.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Stavros, as I understand it, the original rationale for this coming to council was residents were concerned about noise and vibration, and the three options that went out were the do nothing, the chicanes, or the close the street. So the curbing extensions don't actually address the residents' concerns around those two issues of noise and vibration. Yes.
Quite right, Councillor Kaifong. The residents, I think the residents' expectations, it is that we will prohibit heavy traffic to go through that area, residential area. And unless you close the roads through traffic, then there's no way to address it. There is no speed issue in that area. There's a traffic volume in that area. All we're doing at the moment with this definition of the active traffic lanes and the pedestrian crossing and the road marking for thresholds is just raising awareness. But you're quite right. We will not address the primary expectation, primary request from residents to stop heavy traffic, using Margarita Street as a through corridor to get to the commercial industrial side or vice versa.
So we do have additional streets in Rotorua where you've got combined use of heavy traffic and residential, and we don't on other streets apply the curbing extensions. So if you were talking, say, for example, Sala Street, Ferry Springs Road, Old Taupo Road, and residents probably have similar concerns there. So my question just goes back to, we went with those three options. We do have an overwhelming feedback from people who not only use that area but who bypass through that area and who work in that area, so that what we've now come to in terms of the recommendation is a light option 2. And I know you said they're not chicanes, although actually in that bit on your diagram it does actually say chicanes are 125 metres apart. And I know you're calling them curb extensions, so I'm just wondering if we were proposing to keep the pedestrian crossing, to keep the threshold markings, and we're not alleviating the residents' concerns with the curb extensions, could we not just simply go forward with option 1, but with a pedestrian crossing?
You could, but it's not my recommendation. My recommendation is that you do have an increasingly active and busy residential sector there, with pedestrians and vehicles coming in out of the residential side. They're reversing into a significant volume of traffic in there, and at the moment there is no buffer zone, physical buffer zone between the edge of the active lane and the driveways. And therefore these curb extensions will not reduce the active traffic lanes, but basically would delineate, that buffer zone between the active lane and the curb side to give people a little bit of a breathing space so they don't reverse or stray straight into the line of a heavy truck. My recommendation is that because we cannot close the road, we need to try to make every effort to improve the safety and the risk perspective of that area. And actually, I will challenge what you said earlier, because we've got streets like Devon Street, where you have a roundabout at the intersection of Malfroy and Devon Streets, with curb extensions there, which are actually forcing traffic to slow down as we enter into the road. So we've got similar instances somewhere. We're not reducing the physical active lanes of the traffic, but we're creating a buffer zone between the edge of the driveway and entering an active zone. But that's my recommendation.
Just one final comment, because I know that we've had public consultation about this, and we went to consultation on the three options that were given, and we're now coming back with a recommendation that hadn't been consulted on. And so I just think that there's probably a little bit of concern in the community that what we're now trying to put through is a recommendation, and I accept that, you've now made this recommendation, but the community hasn't had the opportunity to actually comment on something that wasn't even in the picture at the time we went out.
Well, thank you, Councillor Kaha. Again, it is your prerogative to vote for or against the recommendation. However, it is my, has been, and it is my anticipation and my expectation that when we signal a public consultation, we go to public consultation with some options, and we are open to receive and respond to additional information we get from this consultation. It does not mean that we consult in solid black and white on the options we start with. These are options, and the point of having consultation is to be informed and learn from these interactions with the community. So I think that's what we are doing here. I think we have been identified, to have been addressed, and have been sort of requested to take some additional measures to improve the safety perception for those local residents. And our recommendation is that although it will not address 100% of their expectations, those kind of demarcations of the active lanes versus the buffer zone to the Cape side gives them additional safety for these residents. But again, it's your prerogative to vote for or against it. Thank you.
I'll wait for the motion to be put to see whether or not there is support for the recommendation, and if not, I would move an amendment to the current recommendation that it be option 1 with no change apart from the formal pedestrian crossing. So I'll see if my fellow councillors wish to support the motion as it currently is.
Thank you, Councillor Kaifong. And just, I thought it better be prudent to make the point, Sala Street, Ferry Springs and Old Taupo are state highways as well, just for the public to understand why we aren't doing things there too. But I'll go to Her Worship the Mayor.
Yes, I wish to move recommendation 3, and in so moving, and I wouldn't accept the amendment, I think the real danger here for us is our job as politicians is to go out and listen, and we did, and the process I think was very robust. As Stavros said, we went and had a meeting, and this is what started this, and said that we will go out on a consultation process, and that's exactly what's come back. If you go out with options that are very black and white, along the way, you learn, and our staff have got the technical expertise to suggest that those fixtures be added in. And I think we're challenging the expertise of engineers if we're saying, look, let's modify the amendment, and that's wrong. We're politicians that are instructed to make a process work. Go out, get the views, we've got the views very clearly, and then trust the recommendation of our technical expertise in our staff. And so I wouldn't accept the amendment, and I wish to signal that I move 3 of the recommendation.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll need a seconder for that before we will then, and then I'll invite a round of discussion on that point, 3, the motion that we have, and then we will go forward and see whether there's the appetite between the councillors and elected members to have an amendment or not. So is there a seconder for the motion as it is? Mr. Waru. Now I'll just carry on through. I do have some councillors that have signalled they wish to speak, so we'll carry on with the discussion, and then we'll come back before we make the decision and move any motions or amendments. So Mr. Waru.
Kia ora, e te tiamana, kia ora Stavros, tēnā kōrua. I think we're making something a bit more complex than what it really is, to be honest. For Stavros, te tohunga. Koe te tohunga, koe te me mōhio ki nei mea. If he's making a recommendation, I'd be pretty thing to go is area of expertise. So, we rely on these expertise for every other thing. So, hey, we are the Beckham. That's my position on it anyway. Hoi anō, I think for this Margarita Street thing there. Well, it's overwhelming what the results were from the survey. My question was actually, was there more weighting given, is there more weight given to those who are actually living there, residents, as opposed to those who just drive through there, which was quite a big part of that survey? That's my question.
Thank you. Look, at the end of the day, there's no, we don't give more weighting to one or the other. We consider the impacts and effects of a proposal onto all the legitimate users, and people who are affected parties there. The overwhelming submissions made by the commercial industrial sector there and their customers, not just the business owners, the people who are using those premises, has been that closing the road through traffic would have a disproportionate adverse effect onto their amenity and to their practicalities of life and their business viability. So we accept that. And we recognize that it is less than absolutely desirable for the local residents, but our recommendation tries to find a middle ground where we recognize the local residents' concerns, but we cannot go all the way to their expectations. I think that's how we're saying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bentley, did I see your hand?
Yeah, you did earlier on. I was wanting to indicate to second Councillor Kaifong's amendment.
Yeah, as the amendment was just signalled but not officially placed on the table, we'll continue the round of discussions and then come back to the original motion and see whether the amendment is required. Councillor Kumar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With no disrespect to what Stavros Michael's report is and what his presentation is, I'm still inclined to sort of support the amendment that fellow Councillor Sandra Kaifong's talked about. I think there'll be just anarchy if that road is to be closed. Everyone that I've spoken to, anyone that's in business.
Sorry, I think I know the point of order. It's not being closed.
Yeah.
No. But carry on, Councillor Kumar.
Yep. And fellow Councillor Peter Bentley as well wanted to make second. So, yep, I'll be supporting Sandra and Peter on that motion if it comes in as an amendment.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Her Worship made a very important point, I thought, that there had been extensive engagement, and the listing of the submissions that people made, I thought, was accurate. But I also recall a public meeting when there was a number of councillors participated in at the racecourse, and we heard from about 30 or 40 people, perhaps a bit more, 40 to 50 people, we heard an elaborate set of reasons why the status quo was very, very important to the people, particularly in White Street, running businesses, and on Margarita Street, as Mr. Hurd has pointed out. They are very dependent on through traffic through there. And so I do appreciate and understand the need for greater safety, hence I'm prepared to support the idea of a pedestrian crossing being developed. But the weight of the views of this in support of the status quo is very, very heavy, indeed more so than your presentation suggests. So, and it's no disrespect for your professional expertise. I'm always willing to listen and learn from you, because you do understand these things far more than I do. But at the moment, I think we do have solid arguments, and from all the engagement, essentially support for the status quo. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Were there any other questions or discussion around this motion? Sorry, we can't take discussion from the public. Sorry, we can't take discussion or comments from the public. I appreciate you being present, though. Were there any other points of discussion from elected members? No? Okay, so just to make this... Oh, yes, sorry, Councillor Wayne.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, so From my point of view, and thank you to the Rural Community Board for meeting yesterday, and it was a really robust discussion around this as well. The rural community, as much of the community in Rotorua use, these Vitora based on Margarita Street, there's farmlands, there's PGG Wrightsons, as Mr. Hurd has mentioned, plus a range of other businesses located on White Street and Margarita Street. I don't support recommendation 3, but I would be looking to support Councillor Kai Fong's amendment if there is one. And like I said, there was a lot of communication to me from the rural community and from people who use the street, especially from the vet clinic, that we're not closing the street, but even with the positive lane narrowing, that would create a lot of problems with the trucks that frequently use the street because of the positive lane narrowing and the trucks possibly driving over them or creating other safety hazards. Sorry? Yeah, sorry. And so I guess we definitely want to make the road safer, and so I definitely support a pedestrian crossing as well as signage, but as a first stage, and then we can carry on our observations and monitoring of the street to see what would be needed in the future. But unfortunately, I would have to vote against this recommendation.
I'll just ask the Chief Executive to make some comment now, and as I have opened up for discussion, we then have Mr. Waru and Her Worship before we go to the motion.
Councillors, through the chair, if I could just paraphrase a couple of points that Stavros had made, that it seems to me, listening to some of the comments, have been somewhat lost. Firstly, that this is a residential area through which traffic is moving to access an industrial area. And so the solution that's been put on the table is trying to balance two objectives. One, the perceptions of safety that have been expressed by residents in the area against the need to retain access to the industrial area. So that's the balancing act. The proposed solution maintains the current live traffic lanes as they are. They are not being reduced. They are being maintained at their current width. So that's important to recognise. What the small curbing solutions do is recognise, though, that whilst the live traffic lanes have been retained at their current width, this is by nature a residential area. And by adding the curbing solutions in that have actually been proposed, it actually increases that perception or recognition that this is a residential area first and foremost, and therefore that residents in that area need to actually be comfortable and confident that they can actually move in and out of driveways confidently, and that's what the curbing solution actually provides. By removing that, what you're effectively doing, as I understand it from the advice that you've received, is actually creating a higher level of perceived or actual risk for residents moving in and out of driveways. And what by nature, by removing that, is that you're moving much more into a roadway which is very wide, and therefore by nature actually moving the balance towards the arterial nature almost of that roadway. So you're actually moving the dial, if you like, more towards the importance of access as opposed to recognising the residential nature of the street. Having said that, though, I think it is actually important to critically stress here that the curbing solutions do not narrow the live traffic lanes. They do not do that.
I will go to Mr. Waru and then Her Worship, but I've just asked for some advice on the process so that we're clear in what we're doing. The amendment was signalled, but as the amendment was not put to wait until discussion, we still only have the current motion on the table. However, if this current motion is then lost because an amendment has already been signalled, basically if this motion is lost, we'll have to carry on to the next item. So there won't be the opportunity to have an amendment. So we will need an amendment officially put on the table, but that, under the standing orders, will need to come from someone who has not yet spoken. So we've had a good discussion on it. I'll still let Mr. Waru and Her Worship finish their points of discussion, but if anyone who has not yet spoken wishes to make that amendment that Councillor Kaifong had signalled, which, just to clarify, Councillor Kaifong, was that the lane narrowing was removed from it, but the remainder was to be there. Yeah. So I'll let Mr. Waru and Her Worship the Mayor finish their points of discussion, but if anyone who has not yet spoken wishes to move an amendment they can do so, of which Councillor Kaifong had signalled. And apologies about the process, standing orders can be very confusing. Mr. Waru.
Tēnā koe, te mana, e rua ke waku take. Ki taku mōhio karepa e tahi o koutou I te pānui ngā kōrero nei. I think there's, just wanted to jump on what Jeff just said, our CEO, around, that clarification. There's no narrowing of the road. That's what I heard. I don't think everybody else may have heard something different. Pai tērā. The other one was we're addressing the safety issues that have been raised by the locals, the residents there. Ka pai tērā, hea te mate o tērā. Number 3, I'm one of those people who drive that road every day because I go to Wrightsons and farmlands and all sorts of places down there for our farm. Now, I don't see any, from my point of view, I don't see any drastic change. There's actually, the main kaupapa was, is it going to be closed or is it going to be kept open? Well, the results tell us what's going to happen. It's going to be kept open. So all we're doing now is trying to put some things in place to keep that safety for those residents that are living there. And still the business community get their flow on with the traffic. Nā reira, ka reo te tino ki te he, te ahara nei. So, I just put that out there, and I'm still in support of that one. And I support 100% the recommendation that Stavros has put down with his expertise added into it. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Your Worship the Mayor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Waru, and I think that's very clear. I heard from the Chief Executive, I heard from the infrastructure lead, that there is no narrowing of the corridor. We seem to have got terribly confused thinking that the curb extensions clip into that road and corridor. They don't. This recommendation allows what we heard, what a lot of the submission said, and you're right, Councillor McPherson, that is a balance that we have to make about what we hear from the business community, from the farming community, from the residents of the place, and then trust that we get the right balanced decision. Item 3 is a balanced decision that is finding the right ground for us to proceed on. I heard one other thing that causes me concern, that let's take the curb extension out and the amendment proposed by Councillor Kaifong that isn't yet on the table, and then go out to the public again. I wonder if councillors understand, when we direct that, what that cost to ratepayers is. To go back out again and relitigate just for removing the curb extensions. It's a nonsense. What we are reflecting here
Point of order.
Sorry, I think there is a point of order because that was incorrect, I believe.
I did not say that we were going to go back out for consultation on the curb extensions.
Thank you.
Well, that's a relief. That's good, because it is about ratepayers' money. And this was something, this consultation process was something that we requested to our chief engineer as a result of a meeting with citizens. I think great process has been undertaken. I think the community interest showed, and that's what we want to see as politicians. I think it's great that you had a public meeting, the farming community and the road users as well as the residents. So I still stand by supporting the recommendation 3.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
In the light of Her Worship's assurance, based on the Chief Executive's comments, that there will be no lane narrowing, could that section of the motion be withdrawn by the proposer and the seconder?
Can I help here? Because I think we're getting there now. Do you want it specifically mentioned in 3?
Your assurance and the comments from the Chief Executive, the phrase more positive lane narrowing could be taken out without any loss. It would be entirely consistent with the Chief Executive's advice that there would be no lane narrowing.
That's what we've got stuck on, so I support that. Yeah.
I'll just seek the advice of either the Chief Executive or the Infrastructure Manager on whether that would then, there's a perception that we have of the lane narrowing, but that lane narrowing is actually the additions in attachment 1. Whether that would impact.
Chair, I think perhaps it's my fault and I apologize for that. I think sort of the correct definition would have been with some more carriageway narrowing instead of lane narrowing. Okay, carriageway is curb to curb. Lane is where the traffic lane goes through. Perhaps I apologize for that. Perhaps so that created a confusion in talking about lane. But if we were to make elected members feel more comfortable, who can adjust to say to cross Margarita Street and some positive carriageway narrowing instead of lane narrowing. Thank you.
Which one, Michael?
I'm happy to support that amendment as written. I think it then captures what Councillor Kaifong was hoping to achieve and what we've all been a little bit stuck on. Thank you for the clarification.
And I'll just check with the secondaries happy with those changes. Kapai. Okay, now we do have Councillor Okawa-Tate still to come.
Thank you. I haven't spoken on this. This doesn't sit well with me, I have to say. You know, and I don't like being told basically how I should vote. And I certainly don't consider Stavros a taonga. Tohunga. Well, yeah, tohunga. I thought you meant taonga, I thought, sorry. But, so no, we can vote. Listen, officials can put up any recommendation, but at the end of the day, it's up to us. So, you know, and sometimes I feel we get somewhat pressured by Her Worship, because the explanation comes that we're politicians and we should sort of swing in behind. Well, bugger me, no. Excuse me, I shouldn't say bugger me, should I?
Councillor Okawa-Tate, just
yes,
to clarify,
yes,
we
I
are
will
individuals
say,
and we're not pressured,
but I do want to say, well, good luck for the people up there when they're stepping off onto the pedestrian crossing. How's that? Do they know there's going to be a pedestrian crossing there? I mean, where are you going to? That's a busy road. You'd have to put a flag out first before you walked across, I'll tell you. So, well, I just feel this is, yes. So, now I've got a few notes here, but I won't go into my notes because I got a bit distracted there. But it doesn't have to be, it doesn't require amendment. It can be put to the vote and we can vote yay or nay. So that's really, you know, so as I say, I'm unhappy with this. I mean, there are people, it's a residential area for some, and those residential people are older people, and safety for them is important. They want to sleep in bed at night without being rocked around by trucks going through during the day. So if we believe this is the best that we can come up with, I'm not sure that it is. That's my view. So I'll be voting accordingly. Thank you.
I just need to make sure elected members are aware that without an amendment to change, voting against this would then mean we have nothing. There will be no changes, there will be no additions, there will be no pedestrian crossing. So just to be very clear, a vote against this would be that. However, if anyone wanted to put an amendment on the table, then that opportunity is there. Yes, Your Worship.
And I wish to speak too. I apologise if I've given the impression that I'm trying to take people to vote one way. I think it is our role as politicians to listen, to amend what is in front of us, and we've had that from Councillor Kaifong. We've now subsequently got that carried into what I think captures our intent. And this is the process that we debate. We debate when things come, we can amend when things come, and we take that political control. And that's exactly what we're following through in terms of process. So I look forward to the vote.
And a point of discussion from Councillor Wang, and then we'll go to Mr.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, thank you. I think the amendment that's being made, because I think there was a bit of miscommunication there, and from the attachment 1, detail B, it looked very much like the road was going to be significantly narrowed because of the mountable curbs. But thank you very much to Stavros and Nikki for the report and being here today to talk to us about this. Again, like I mentioned earlier, I think we were under the impression, because of the attachment and because of some of the wording, that the lanes were going to be significantly narrowed, when, just to confirm, that's not the case, is it? It's going to stay the same. It's just the curb's just going to come out a little bit for a bit of safety for the residents living there. But no, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. And Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My point is a point of concern about procedure. I'm new to this, so forgive me for asking this question, but there were several people in the room who spoke against the motion and in favour of the amendment that was proposed by Councillor Kaifong. And then after we'd spoken, we were told we weren't allowed to move the amendment. I find that quite restrictive and non-democratic. And I'm questioning that statute, that procedure. It would seem to me that if I'd have known that, I wouldn't have spoken until the time came to move the amendment. And now we're left without a chance to vote on the amendment. And we're told that if the vote goes against this, we've got nothing. I think everyone in the room is strongly in favour of option 1. So it would be a damn pity if procedure stopped option 1 from happening in whatever form it ultimately gets to. But it just seems non-democratic to be able to discuss the details of option 1 and then move a resolution accordingly without the risk of losing option 1 altogether.
Thank you for your comments, and it is a very democratic process, which is why we're following the standing orders so closely. It is unfortunate that the standing orders are confusing, but we do have a lot of training coming in as elected members for them, and everyone is given a copy of those standing orders. Unfortunately, the amendment wasn't officially put. It was signalled, but then because we had a mover, we then proceeded on that way in the discussions. But I will ask our Manager of Democracy and Governance to provide a bit of an insight to you guys and just some advice on our options on the table in terms of an amendment or this motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually don't think there's too much more I can add to what you have just said. You have explained that very thoroughly. Yes, we're in a position where we have a staff recommendation. At the time of discussion, it was signalled that amendment would be put following the discussion if the staff recommendation was lost. Following that, the staff recommendation was moved and seconded, so we had a motion on the table. Understanding orders, the motion on the table must be discussed unless, as is put, the alternative is that an amendment is put and seconded by people who have not yet had a conversation. Where we've now got to is that following discussion there has been the acceptance of the mover and the seconder to clarify the motion on the table by the changing of the wording. So at this point in time we still have an active motion on the table for debate. There could still be an amendment put by someone who has not yet spoken, if so wished. Otherwise, we have this motion on the table that at some point in time will need to be put to a decision.
Mrs. Rothwell.
I think I'm probably the only person that hasn't spoken, so I will put Sandra's motion that the original option 1 stay as it is, which I think is what was spoken about. Was that correct?
We'll just ask. Councillor Kaifong, do you just want to confirm what your signalled amendment was?
Yeah, so that the council recommends, that the committee recommends to council to status quo with the addition of the pedestrian crossing.
Right, so that, can I just confirm with you that the only thing that you didn't want was the addition of the curbside then? Is that what you were
signaling? Yes,
yeah.
It was.
I mean, I'm personally very happy with option 1, and I would like to move that option 1 is carried, presented and carried with the addition of the pedestrian crossing.
That's full stop.
That's
Okay.
what I would like to move.
We'll need a seconder for the amendment. Mrs. Bray will second that. And now we discuss the amendment. So it is open again for discussion now that this new amendment is on the table. We'll just give the staff a minute to change that amendment so we know what we're discussing, and then we'll open that up to the amendment.
I know, but I'm getting.
So amendment has been put. So now we ask the mover of the amendment to speak. You've made some comments if you want to make anything else, and then the seconder of the amendment to speak, and then we open it up again for discussion.
I really don't have much else to say other than I'm in favour of option 1 with the pedestrian crossing. So, yeah, that's all I want to say.
Mrs. Bray, did you wish to make any comment?
Yes, I do, thank you. So while everyone's discussing the matter, I've been reading through all the respondents' kōrero, and when Councillor Raukawa Tate mentioned about the dangerous part of the pedestrian crossing, I actually agreed with her there. because of the trucks that go down that road and people trying to get across the crossing. But then talking to my colleague here, Mr. Waru, he said he does see the elderly people trying to get across the road safely. So I agree with the pedestrian crossing and and whatever I moved there, I agree with it. Yeah. Seconded, I mean.
Thank you. Now we're open for discussion on the amendment. Councillor Yates.
Hi, kia ora Dan. Through you, Madam Chair. I've been sitting here quite perplexed actually because I did notice a lot of discussion going on prior to our meeting even taking place, and I wondered what that conversation was about, but clearly it was about this. We've now got a second amendment up there to a recommendation that was purely to address safety. And I can't believe that we're still having a conversation. We've taken out a possibility around ensuring greater safety, which, yes, kai te tika, tērā pea e hara ko Stavros te tohunga, but he is a person of great knowledge who has provided us with an extensive report as to why there were those barriers put in place to potentially reduce speed. And speed is not an issue, but safety clearly is. So I would like to also note that I will be supporting number 3 there as opposed to the amendment, because at the end of the day for me it is about safety and I travel that road frequently too. Any measures to put safety first for our residents of Margarita Street is where I'm coming from, not only for their sake but our businesses that are also around that particular area who have a number of people who are responsible and accountable for their own driving acts. So kia ora rā, tērā noi ho whakaro.
Kia ora, Your Worship, the Mayor.
Yes, no surprise, I won't be supporting the amendment. By the amendment as it's written, we've taken away signage, we've taken away the curb extensions, which were for safety, and the residents of that street were very clear that they wanted to be able to get in and out of their houses safely. So I think we've got to be very careful. We're nearly there, and I think it's good for us to have learnt about standing orders, you know, and the placing of an amendment and how you get it on the table, and that's what we've shown today, and that's a good thing. But I won't be supporting that amendment. I really do believe that 3 carries, as amended, the reflection of the majority of submitters that also wanted to keep the road open, but make it safer.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. I'm pleased that I hadn't spoken to the original motion and now speaking to the amendment itself. I prefer the original motion that was up there, so I won't be voting for the amendment. And if it's successful, back to the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to point for clarification that the amendment, when Councillor Kaifong mentioned it earlier, she did mention signage. So was that just missed out, or did the amendment, just to be safe, that the amendment does note signage? No signage at all? Okay.
Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The problems that I see it down Margarita Street is that this council has approved reasonably intensive housing on sections of land, or land that is approximately 320 square metres, and we're collecting rates on that. With a property that's that small, it is unusual that they have enough space to have additional parking for visitors and so forth. So what I notice quite often on Margarita Street is that people are parking partially on the berm, on the footpath area, to try and get out of the carriageway. And also, to extrapolate, another problem is the VTNZ often now that it's done away with its booking system, has truck and trailers and various commercial vehicles parked up on the berm waiting to have a inspection. My suggestion perhaps is a little different from everyone else's, is that the berm on the Margarita Street is particularly wide, and why do we not consider actually widening the carriageway to the extent that you could provide off-lane parking in a safe manner, and discuss with VTNZ a system where they could perhaps reintroduce booking for their heavy traffic inspections. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley. It is a good suggestion. Was there any other discussion or points of clarification for the amendment? Oh yes, Councillor McPherson.
Yes, thank you very much. My closing point is going to be in support of the amendment. That is, we do, as the CEO said, we've got to find a reasonable balance between access and parking for the commercial activities and the safety of residents in that street. The proposals that have been taken out concerning the narrowing of the runway, of the carriageways and so on, I think is appropriate at this particular point. And I go back to the weight of the presentations in favour of status quo, particularly at that public meeting. We heard, as I said, a dozen or so people presenting, and they were adamant in their concern for safety, but they were particularly concerned about access for industrial commercial purposes. And finding that balance, I think, is best reflected at this stage by the amendment. Therefore, I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
No other points? Oh, sorry, Mr. Waru.
Kia ora te Chairman. I think we're nearly there. Hau ko te huri haere o ngā kōrero. And just to make a point of what Councillor Mai Whananga over there, Mariah, she just mentioned it was about safety. Now, when I look at those two recommendations, I don't see too much of a difference, to be honest. One sort of the narrowing where I thought we were actually having the debate, or we're having the debate about, was the kupu I thought was hanging us up. So on both things there is a pedestrian, the top pedestrian. Both things are a modification of the status quo. And then it goes down to facilities to improve the safety of those who use alternate modes to cross Margarita Street. Well, the top one actually has more detail around how that's going to happen, as far as that's how I read it. So, ka rau te tino ki te rerekētanga. And so I'll be supporting the one I obviously supported. It will make no sense otherwise. Hoi anō, kei te mihi atu ki a tātou. In the end of the day, I'd hate for us to come up with nothing. So, koe nā noa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Rawiri. Look, I think we've had a really good discussion on this. I do apologise that it is so confusing. Sometimes that is the nature of democracy. But we will put this amendment to the vote. And again, just to be clear, if this amendment is won, that will be it. If this amendment is lost, then we'll go back to the motion, the original motion, and put that motion. Everyone clear on that? Ka pai. So I will, we have a mover by Mrs. Rothwell, a seconder, Ms. Spray, that the amendment that the committee recommends to Council to agree to the implementation of a modification of the status quo option with the addition of formal pedestrian crossing facilities to improve the safety for those who use alternate modes to cross Margarita Street. I put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? I'll ask for a show of hands, please. So all those in favour? And please just keep your hands up while we record that. Sorry, Mrs. Bray, is your hand up or down? Okay. And, sorry, we're just up, and all those against the amendment. You're just going to double check we've recorded that correctly. Thank you, everyone. You can put your hands down. We'll just get the confirmation from governance to proceed. It appears that the amendment has been won, but we'll just ask one more time. All those in favour, please raise your hand one more time. Oh, all those in favour for the amendment. I wanted to check because it is a draw, which is 7-all, which allows me as chair to make a casting vote. And my decision on this, based on all of your feedback and discussion, is that I will vote against this amendment. And my reason being against this amendment is, while I do appreciate the points made by Councillor Kai Fong, I do agree with all of the work that's been put in, with the consultation that's been put in, and the expert advice that is being given to us by our infrastructure manager and also our Safe and Sustainable Journeys manager. I do see that for the better outcome for our community, in order to have not only a safe place to drive, but a safe place to walk and a safe place to cycle, that the original motion would be better. So with my casting vote, this amendment is lost. I thank you for your discussion. I thank you for those who spoke very passionately about how you feel about it too. And this is the nature of democracy, as confusing and challenging as it can be sometimes. So I thank my colleagues for this discussion. This amendment has been lost, and we will now return to the original motion, which was moved by Mayor Chadwick, seconded by Mr. Waru. I'll read out the original motion with those changes of the more positive carriageway. That the committee recommends, Thank you. That the committee recommends to council to agree to the implementation of a modification of the status quo option, i.e. the addition of formal pedestrian crossing facilities to improve the safety for those who use alternative modes to cross Margarita Street, and some more positive carriageway narrowing and signage as per concept plan in attachment 1. It's been moved and is seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Any against? It has been. Would you like it recorded against? Well, I'll call for a division and a call of hands. So we're to motion 3. All those in favour, please say aye and raise your hand. All those against, please say no, raise your hand. And would you like your vote against to be recorded? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Thank you very much. That has now been moved. Thank you very much to Stavros. Thank you to Nikki Carling. We appreciate you moving this forward. It was quite the discussion. Okay, so we now proceed. Look, I'll just take the guidance of my colleagues. Would you like to break now for lunch or move into our financial and non-financial reports?
Can I just make a comment, please, Madam Chair? Just maybe in future when we have these kind of debates, be nice if our democracy experts can sort of lay out the law before we get into it, maybe. Just a suggestion.
I'll just ask our manager to respond to
Thank you for that, but just to respond, I can't be seen to be in a position to be persuading or steering the decision making in a direction. And had I come in at an earlier stage around the amendment, it may have looked that was the case. So this decision making does rely on yourselves having a thorough understanding of the standing orders. My position and that of my team is to make sure that the standing orders are followed.
So that's predominantly your role there is just to make sure we're following the rules, not tell us what the rules are. Kia ora.
I suppose, as Chair, the answer to that is she gives us very good guidance and training beforehand, but when it comes to the meetings, it is up to the elected members to have that discussion and make that decision. She'll be here to provide us advice if we need it. Councillor Maxwell.
That was just a suggestion. Kia ora.
Yeah, all I want to say is we've had workshops in the past where we go through these things, but yeah, today is helpful in this sense that the idea is if you're going to speak to something, don't say you're going to flag an amendment. You're either going to do it or you're not. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Look, I think we'll carry on. We do have lunch scheduled for 1 o'clock. I'll invite Thomas Colley to the table. We are now at page 38, and thank you for our staff for being so patient with waiting for your reports to come up. So we have the financial performance, and I'll ask for a mover and a seconder that the report financial performance for the 3 months ended 30th of September 2020 be received. Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Mr. Waru. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. I invite you, Thomas, to overview your report, and we are on page 38.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, councillors and board members. I will try and go a bit quicker through the presentation in the interest of time. With regards to the results to the end of September, so pretty much the first quarter result, as a whole, revenues are up, but also some of our operating costs are up. But combined, it is producing a position that has us about $280,000 ahead of budget, or 277 to be exact. With regards to breaking that result down from across our activities, the majority of our groups of activities are in a positive position, but there is one in particular that is lagging behind budget, and that's probably a reflection of what's happening in the overall revenues up and expenses being up as well. So what we are seeing is we're seeing a bit of pressure in our parking enforcement area, so no surprise, and that's something that we've talked about over the last couple of months, that parking revenues are lagging behind budget as a result of obviously the COVID lockdowns, the Auckland lockdown, which fell within this period, and the visitors in that space, but is being partially offset by building services, and the demands on our consenting area and building areas is very high at the moment, and so they're seeing revenues tracking ahead of budgets. And all our other revenues from fees and charges are pretty much there or thereabouts on budget. So if I come back again though, and I probably didn't talk about that, one of the reasons why our revenues are ahead of budget and our operating costs are ahead of budget is that 500 and something odd thousand that came from MB funding, which was the work that was awarded post-lockdown, and we received revenues from MB and then passed it on to Infracorp, which was relating to those roadway works with regards to the drainages. And that's actually the main factor as to why our income is higher and also our operating expenses are higher, but the two are netting themselves off. With regards to staff costs, mainly on track. However, this will come under pressure in the next quarter. We are in a position where we're having to recruit more regulatory staff to keep up with demand, and we're expecting to increase staff numbers by about 4 or 5 in that space. But should in effect be offset by the increased revenues, but we will see a bit of pressure in the staffing area as a result of that action. Ooh, what's happened here? Oh. With regards to our capital spend, we're about $12 million in against a $117 million work program. It is lagging a little bit behind in a couple of areas. I think just to put it into perspective, 60% of that work program sits within 6 projects. So there's probably no surprise that 3 of the big ones that make that up are the museum, the Performing Arts Centre, and the lakefront. The museum hasn't started in earnest, but we hope to progress that in the new year. Obviously, Shimpack is now well underway, and we'll expect to see the level of spend increase going forward, and the lakefront is continuing as normal as well. But it is very likely, depending on where the museum project falls, that the spend will lag a little bit behind budget as a result of where those projects sit. And that's probably reflected in this quite confusing graph, which I'll explain to you again. So there are effectively 3 bars. So the actual bar reflects our actual capital spend for the month. The AP 2021 bar is how our budget is phased. And then the procurement bar is how our procurement processes and when we're likely to go to tender and award those contracts is phased. And as you can see, there's a little bit of a difference between how the budget is phased and how the procurement is phased. And what we like to do is obviously keep a track of how well we're going with planning to put work out into our community. And what we are seeing is a little bit of a lag behind in our capital spend, and predominantly, as I've said before, tied to those projects that we talked about before. And with regards to our top 10 capital works programs, you'll see there that with the exception of Rotorua and the sewage renewals, all those top 10 spends are pretty much tracking on budget. With regards to the sewage renewals, the team has put a significant amount of work out, I think, in the last month or so, and therefore we expect that spend to catch up back to budget and actually probably exceed budget going forward. And once again, the renewals are on track with the exception of sewage, which again I talked about before. With regards to our debt position, we are tracking a little bit below 220 million, so no real significant increase on the start of the year. It actually has dropped from the start of the year, and you'll recall that we were carrying $20 million of debt at the start of the year, which was also matched with a $20 million term deposit. And those were those additional funds that we acquired during and before the lockdown with regards to the uncertainty that was ahead of us. And so as that term deposit matured, we also retired that debt appropriately. And we expect our debt to increase as per our annual plan forecast as our capital works program significantly kicks into gear, particularly over this upcoming summer construction period. With regards to, I guess, non-financials, and I guess just giving an update of, we try and keep up to date with regards to the world and what is happening and what the impact is on us going forward. I think, and having sat for a session with the ANZ recently and one of their directors and their economists teams, it was actually an interesting view with regards to, at the moment, what we're seeing is a short-term gain. So things are looking quite positive with regards to the short term. And you're seeing that people as a whole are feeling a lot more positive, and activity is up. However, there are some serious concerns around the longer and medium and longer term implications. And the views is that post-Christmas and towards the tail end of summer, that we'll start to probably see a manifestation of maybe some more job losses and those sorts of aspects and impacting on our economy. As a whole, the OCR is likely to stay at 0.25 for a period of time, and the view of the banks is that they'll hold that till probably May, and at which point I think the markets think that it'll go to a negative interest rate at that time. And what that obviously does is it will encourage people to not hold money on term deposit, because there'll be a cost of holding the money, and obviously therefore encouraging that money to be used in more productive ways. And And it'll obviously drop interest rates as well, with regards to even further than what we're seeing at the moment. One of the things that the central government is working on as well is that they're looking at providing direct funding to the banks, which is through the FLP, or the funding for lending. And so their hope there as well is to provide the banks with more stable funding sources, and as well as driving the cost of borrowings down to the on-lenders as well. Some interesting things that have come about, and I think in the top graph is what you'll see there is that's the lending by sector for the last number of years. I think the worrying concern is that yellow line that has actually dropped and decreased. So what that's saying is that consumer lending is either through HP, through your big retail stores, or going to the bank and for lending for cars and those sorts of things, has plummeted and is tracking well behind normal levels. Business lending as well has almost ground to a halt. There's not a lot of businesses that are borrowing to fund either acquisitions or new plant and equipment of scale. There is still some, but it has reduced significantly. Even farm lending has reduced. And the one constant is house lending, and so that has continued on. So the banks themselves don't exactly have a liquidity issue with regards to funds. They've actually got significant funds to lend. It's just obviously where do they put them. And the bottom graph is an interesting one, and hopefully I can kind of point to this, but that there is where lockdown took place. And what this graph shows is the red and the green is the money that's been moved into savings and cheque accounts, and the blue is money that goes in and out of term deposits. And that's what normality looks like. And lockdown hit, and what we saw was a $4 billion increase in cash in people's cheques and savings accounts, followed exactly by the same amount. And yet what we're still seeing, and what the banking sector is seeing, is that the amount of money that New Zealanders as a whole are holding in their cheque and savings account is increasing. But you'll see as well that at the same time, term deposits are being cleared out. And that's probably no surprise as they mature. Putting money back on term deposit at incredibly low rates isn't attractive. And so what you're finding is that people are chasing yields, hence probably why the property market is the way that it is. You can still buy property. It is still, could be significantly, what people might term overvalued, but you can still get a 3, 4, 5% yield on your money, whereas a term deposit, you're not getting anywhere close to that. And on top of that, as well as people are putting those funds into the stock markets as well, because they're just generally chasing yields. And I think therefore as a whole, the feeling of some people, it seems to be that because of that flow of money, because of that yield chasing, house prices will likely continue to do what they are doing, and it's going to be very hard to intervene. And I think there's a shift possibly with central government that their focus is now on the economy and jobs and a protection system rather than trying to influence the housing market. Obviously not my views, just some of the things that we're hearing. And so it'll be interesting to see therefore as to how that plays out going forward. And obviously during that time, what we have seen is unemployment change as well, but I'll skip past that one and probably go to the last slide. So again, going forward, the economy itself is probably vulnerable. We're vulnerable to a double dip recession. There's a question as to whether the feeling is that we have at the moment of feeling good about ourselves and the economy will continue on. It's probably impacted by the fact that we probably saw at the end of the September quarter an increase of the unemployment rate by 1.3%. I think it shifted up to 5.3, well below what economists thought that they would see, which was I think about 9.8, but trending probably in the wrong directions. And obviously that will have an impact on consumer lending, borrowing, spending, and it'll take some time probably to work through the economy. And I've probably already talked about house pricing and where we see that, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you have on the financials.
Thank you very much, Thomas. It's very interesting and useful to see what's happening out there in the market. Your Worship, the Mayor.
Thank you, Thomas, and it's good to see that we're tracking okay with Council. Is that better than you forecast when you looked back 3 months?
Yes, we were expecting probably a worse impact on our revenues and fees and charges. So, and as we saw post-lockdown in the tail end of the last financial year, it has performed better than expected. So yes, it's been.
And my only other question, I've never heard the word employment intentions. Is that just asking people, are you going to take on more staff?
Yep. Yeah.
That's a bit soft.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report. When I read that list there, I can see, as everybody can, massive sources of uncertainty and the need for prudence, financial management prudence. And I wondered what are the pros and cons of Council taking a position now of reforecasting the budget through to the end of 2021, the financial year, so that we can, as it were, acknowledge and factor in the degrees of risk that are apparent in almost every line. Thank you.
So I think probably my comments earlier where I did talk about our operating performance, where I did see the risks sitting. So obviously there's those risks around our fees and charges, but we're still seeing quite incredibly strong demand. And actually, from an operating cost perspective, the risk is actually that we're having to ramp up and bring in more staff as a response to the demands from our community. So at the moment, what we're saying is that we're not seeing actually a huge or any noticeable impact on our services as a result of this. But obviously, as we start to see them, we can forecast them out and talk about what the implications are. But at the moment, we're not seeing anything of significance to warrant a significant reforecasting.
Okay, I'll leave the question on the table. Thanks very much.
Were there any other questions on the financial performance? There appear to be none. Thank you very much, Thomas. Look, I think we'll call it there and we'll break for lunch. And we will return in half an hour at 12:15. When we do, we'll go into the non-financial performance. Oh, 1:15. Thank you very much. 1:15, guys. See you then. Image of Margarita Street. So we'll just quickly go through what is going to be proposed for there so that we all have a clear understanding of what will be there. And we welcome back Stavros.
I think sort of in discussions earlier, I think it's quite important for elected members to understand that in agreeing to install a pedestrian crossing at an appropriate location, the crossing, can we have the next picture, please? This is Margarita Street as it looks at the moment. The live carriageways, hopefully is clearly understood. You know, the buffer zone is between the curb edge and the edge of the live traffic lanes. In order to put a pedestrian crossing, we need to create what we call aprons. Basically, you try to shorten the distance pedestrians have to cross to two live lanes. Therefore, you put this what I call curb extensions. That's what they are. They're aprons. You just create a device where a pedestrian has to cross the live lanes in the shortest possible way. And that is what the pedestrian crossing will be. Will include this kind of aprons to the edge of the traffic lanes. Otherwise, we're having a non-standard pedestrian crossing where it can expose pedestrians to the risk of vehicles trying to bypass a stopped vehicle in front of them and hit a pedestrian trying to cross the road.
If I can just add one little part. So, excuse the drawing, but you can see a little bit further up the road, the curb extensions that Stavros was just talking about are totally just in keeping with the roading treatment required for the pedestrian crossing. It just, as the pedestrian crossing does, just brings the edge of the carriageway into the side of the active lane, as you've done with the pedestrian crossing. There is no, as you can also see, I think it is well portrayed in the picture, minus the drawings, there is no narrowing of actually the road, the active lane itself. It's just simply the way that the white line to the curb is actually treated.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the quick update. We will now go to non-financial performance. Page 41, we have Una who will present to us, but I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report that the report non-financial performance management framework year ending 30th of June 2020 be received. Moved Councillor Yates, seconded Mrs Rothwell. All those in favour please say aye. Against, carried. We hand it over to you, Una, to overview your report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everybody. I just asked for the presentation to come up. Okay. So today I'm just going to go through the performance management framework, looking at the preliminary results for the 2019-2020 year. They are preliminary at this stage as they are still being reviewed and audited as part of the annual plan process by Audit New Zealand. So the performance management framework is the focus of that is to track progress of the long-term plan from a service delivery aspect. The measures that we have in front of us today are from the current framework that was developed from the LTP 2018 to 2028, and these will be reviewed again as we lead into the next LTP. The performance management framework serves to set the levels of service the community can expect from us within the funding envelope the Council adopts. It also measures the progress by setting targets that we're seeking to achieve. And we can use the results obtained at the end of the year to look about setting improvement plans for service delivery going into the next year. Rotorua Lakes Council performance management is based upon 10 activity groups, and they're listed as follows. The 4 that I've got there highlighted in a sort of an orangey brown colour are 4 groups of activities that we are required to disclose as mandatory groups of activities. However, the council can then decide how it groups the remaining services and activities the council undertakes in any form it chooses to do so, with the emphasis being that the group shares common alignment to the vision's goals and priorities that it is seeking to achieve. The current framework has a total of 62 measures across all of those 10 activity groups, and in the 2019-2020 year, 60 of those measures were able to be measured and part of the framework. In a normal year, the results would typically be reported through to this committee in November, February and March, with the full results being reported and published as part of the requirements for the annual report process. The service performance is measured by considering a number of attributes ranging across utilisation and attendance, reliability, customer satisfaction and timeliness. And those results are collected from a number of different sources. So we use transactional surveys, which are feedback which is based on an actual experience with the service. We use results from our booking systems and door counts, results from our request for service data, and also indicator surveys which may be undertaken by external companies. So how did we do this year? Remembering that these results are a snapshot of the year that we have just been through. The world around us has changed, and this has been an unprecedented year as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. Our Q3 results indicated that at the end of that quarter, we were actually well on track to achieve the majority of the measures and at least match the overall performance of the last financial year. However, the lockdowns, Alert Level 4 and ongoing interruptions to our business performance have impacted significantly on many of those measures that require an attendance or people-related service. And COVID-19 lockdowns, the disruptions at those various alert levels did not affect all the activities equally. It's quite evident that our areas which were classed as essential services have continued a same reporting and tracking as previous years, but those other services based around events and festivals and people attending our community facilities have been impacted severely. So if we actually have a look at the overall results for the performance, as I said earlier, 60 measures in total were part of the framework this year. 59 were able to be measured by the end of the financial year, and there was one KPI that was not able to be measured. So overall, we achieved 55% of our measures this year, and 43% were unable to be achieved. When we compare this to last financial year, of the 62 measures that we had last year, 59 of those were able to be measured and 3 of them weren't able to be. And we had an overall achievement of 71%. So that you can see there's quite a significant impact. So what I intend to do now is just to go through each of the 10 activities at a very high level and provide you with a summary of what the measures, sort of what areas they were looking to measure, and then to pick out a couple of examples where measures have been affected, and also to highlight some of the measures where there has been positive results. The Arts and Culture group, there are 5 measures covering utilisation and customer satisfaction. Quite surprising here is that the Energy Events Centre, I suppose when you look at my explanation before where I talked about events and venues and that being impacted by utilisation, this is one that actually did okay from the results of lockdown as it was used for COVID-19 testing. However, utilisation and the offerings from our markets and events and festivals, all resulted in not being able to achieve the results. Customer satisfaction, on the other hand, in terms of the arts and cultural offerings that were being delivered out of the library in particular, have exceeded the targets. In the community leadership area, this is always an area that is very challenging. It covers eight measures around satisfaction, residents' confidence and engagement, bilingual Rotorua, and the reliability and quality of information and access to that. It's really pleasing to note that our Let's Talk platform, this is the second year only that the satisfaction around that platform has been measured, and there has been an increase in that satisfaction on last year. However, areas like engagement and the confidence in council's ability to share information and people to participate, appears that from comments and complaints that we're receiving, there may be some anecdotal evidence that is showing that overall there is uncertainty and nervousness in our community. And I think probably backed up as well by some of those results that Thomas talked to in his financial report also. This uncertainty is likely to be driven from local, national and world events like the New Zealand elections, the pandemic, business confidence and the American elections, and even the local government elections in October. In this particular activity, this is the area where the one measure was unable to be measured this year. This was on track. This measure was around the satisfaction of ourselves as a good partner with our Maori partners, and the survey was scheduled to be undertaken in March and April. Now, of course, at that time, everybody went into the COVID lockdown, and the Te Arawa resources were directed towards the Te Arawa response to assist the wellbeing of whānau, so we did not undertake this survey. In the planning and regulatory group, there are another 8 measures covering compliance, customer satisfaction and timeliness. And something to note here was that the percentage of consents being processed and in the timely manner, in particular in the building area, the satisfaction level has achieved its target there, and it appears that that transition from the paper-based to predominantly electronic processing has assisted with the satisfaction of that target. However, there has targets in the areas of consenting, the time that it takes for subdivisions to be undertaken, and also the satisfaction around the noise complaints haven't been able to be achieved. And it appears from the comments in that we have from around the noise control is again related to COVID lockdown, where a decision to keep staff safe and only send out staff following 2 complaints of a similar noise complaint has been considered to be dissatisfactory within the community. But that decision was made to look after, ensure the safety of our staff. From a district development perspective, 5 measures in that area covering utilisation, prosperity and satisfaction. This has been quite an interesting one. That whole business confidence was actually a highlight in this, and may have something to do with the timing of when we get the results in. This survey is undertaken in June, and at that time we were coming out of a level 4, and I think there was a considerable amount of optimism within the community. And this survey is actually a forward-looking survey. In this area, there was a measure, again, that this one was not measured, and we had actually taken this one out of the overall framework right from the beginning of the year, because it was not measured in the previous financial year either. And that was a measure around the number of electronic transactions in the CBD. It was not measured last year, and was not measured again in the previous financial year. And that came down to the data that is required to be purchased to be able to show achieving or not achieving that target. Purchasing an extremely expensive piece of data for one measure has been considered to be cost prohibitive. Also, within these areas, again, looking at utilisation around the Rotorua Airport and GDP, all reflecting of that COVID-19. Sports, recreation and environment, 6 measures around utilisation and customer satisfaction. These picked out 2 here, and in particular the Aquatic Centre was on track to meet its target at the end of Q3, impacted significantly by closures by the end of the year. But what is really pleasing to note is that the Learn to Swim school program completely blasted targets, really. And despite the closure and limited access to the Aquatic Centre in that COVID period, we're still able to achieve the results there. And that's the result of the success of CLM running a national swim school program with more classes and higher participation. In the roads and footpaths area, there's not a lot of change in this one, none at all actually, from last year to this year. The key highlights there are around our condition of our roads and footpaths, and the utilisation of the cycleways usage is on the increase. The one in particular to point out here is around safety. So there is a measure, and this is a mandatory measure that is set for us, around recording the number of fatalities and serious injuries. Unfortunately, this is an area that is increasing year on year, but the police records have identified that those are not a result of our road conditions as a contributing factor. Sewerage and sewage, so 5 measures here, looking at systems and adequacy, the discharge compliance, fault response times, and customer satisfaction. Again here, the customer satisfaction around the number of complaints being received appears that there is an increase in the complaints. These are related to the introduction of now having to include in this particular measure the addition of considerations of low pressure grinder pumps. And unfortunately, when this target was created in the long-term plan, those numbers were not included in this measure. This has been something that's had to have been altered through discussions with Audit New Zealand, and we will be looking to reset this target when we go forward into the 2021 LTP. Stormwater and land drainage, 5 measures, and this is an area that has achieved all its measures. This is an activity that was not adversely affected by COVID. There have been no flooding events and no buildings flooded and no abatement or infringement notices. Waste management, 6 measures around sustainability, customer satisfaction and compliance. And again, this is an area where we're seeing a relatively significant impact as a result of COVID-19. It has been around collection rates and recovery rates. There's been the changes to the way that recycling was undertaken during the lockdown. But those measures were put in place to look after people who needed to continue providing essential services during those lockdown periods. Around satisfaction, in the last quarter of the year, the auditing of bin contamination commenced, and it appears that we've been getting a little bit of negative feedback from the fact that those audits have been undertaken. So people are being picked up for the fact that they are not putting the right things in the right bins. and then have to then go out of their way to then re-clean or clean stuff that should be in the recyclable bins and use their own time to take it into the recycling centre. So maybe a little bit of education for people there as well added to that one going forward. I think this is the last one. So water supplies, 8 measures. Again, the supply of water, an essential service to our communities. Measuring of 8 services there around the safety of drinking water. Maintenance spelt wrong, sorry, of the reticulation network, fault response times, customer satisfaction and demand. Again, not affected at all by COVID-19, and the big thumbs up there around all of our water supplies being fully compliant with the drinking water standards for New Zealand. So that brings me to the end of a really high-level overview and summary of the performance of our service levels for this financial year. As I said earlier, Audit New Zealand are currently reviewing and are in discussion with us around the success or not of some of those measures. So we're going back and forth with them to finalise those results, which will then come to you as part of the annual report. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Una. Ms. Spray.
Kia ora, Una. Will you be looking at reinstating the Māori group survey at some time?
Yes, we will. Yeah, it was unfortunate that we weren't able to undertake that one this year, and Gina will be working closely to get that one. Unfortunately, the auditors will be asking us around that one, and they will be wanting to know when we actually get that survey done.
Your Worship, the Mayor.
Thank you, Una. There's some very, very positive results in here that the community would love to pick up, I think, a bit more. The one that I'm relieved about is the auditing of the bins, and particularly with our quarantine hotels and isolation, that needs to be very closely and carefully managed. I'm sure it's part of ours, or it might be industrial waste from DHB waste system. I don't know. It's just when you look at what happened in Canterbury with the community outbreak, that's one that's very critical for us for our community perception of safety.
Thank you. Were there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Okawatai.
Thank you. Una, it's actually just up there on that one there, the water supplies, and all water supplies are fully compliant with drinking standards. Does that include Kaingaroa village? I know it's private. I mean, it is a private village, and I'm not sure if we're responsible. Last time I was out there, but they were complaining about their drinking water. It's really quite bad.
This measure only measures the water supplies that council supplies. That one in particular is a private water supply, and there are a number of those in the district also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Una, for your summary of the performance measures. We now move to our operational report for September to October 2020 on page 44. My apologies. We need to get a mover and a seconder for Una's motions that are up on the screen. I'll very quickly read through them. That the committee note that this has been an unprecedented year as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. That the committee note that at the end of Q3, the overall performance management framework was on track to match 2018-19 year. However, the level 4 alert restrictions have impacted significantly on the achievement of many of the performance measures. That the committee recommends to Council to accept the non-financial performance management framework for inclusion into the annual report following the final audit of the results to be undertaken by Audit New Zealand. I ask for a mover. Councillor Okawatai, seconded by Councillor Kumar. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Thank you very much. I invite Gina Rangi up, and I will ask for a mover and a seconder that the operational report for September to October 2020 be received. Moved by Councillor Maxwell, seconded by Councillor Yates. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you very much. We're on page 45. Welcome, Gina Rangi.
Kia ora tātou. I'll take my report as read, but just in respect of the question regarding the survey, we did actually send out the survey and the response we got back was that because of COVID, at the time that we sent it out, people just didn't have the capacity to engage and to put the time into it. So we will pick that up again, but hopefully people have more capacity next year. Any questions?
Yes, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this report. 4.2 refers to the Rotorua wastewater treatment plant and the gaining of formal approvals from Maori landowners. A subset of these approvals are to do with the capacity of people living on those blocks to be able to pay for connections. What's the latest situation in that regard? Because I remember this was a fraught issue 18 months ago or so. Thank you.
I just see Councillor O'Connell wants to make a comment on. Oh, sorry. No.
Stavros is probably a better place to talk to the detail. What I can talk about is some of the steps that have been taken. So we have a cultural impacts team that work within the infrastructure team and infrastructure group. That cultural impacts team has been carrying out a survey with all local Māori landowners to assess affordability and to support them to find funding alternatives. One of the things that we are very mindful of in Council is the cost of the scheme to residents, that's Māori and non-Māori alike. And you know, we're making every step we can to keep the costs down but still deliver the outcomes that the community is seeking.
Thank you. Councillor Okawate. Councillor Maxwell.
Kia ora, Gina. I see in the report here the 140th anniversary of the Fenton Agreement, and that's going to come up the end of the month. Are we going to acknowledge that or celebrate that in some way?
Yes, there is. There is a Heritage Week which is being prepared by a number of groups across Council. Ben Manley has been instrumental in engaging with Ngāti Whakaue and some of the groups and koike groups as well to see what their expectations are. There will be a program produced, if not, it may already be out now on social media, but there's a range of talks and discussions that will be had. It's a popular event every year.
Lovely, lovely.
Thank you. Councillor Yates.
Kia ora, and through you, Madam Chair, tēnā koe Gina, nei rā te mihi mō tēnei. He pātai tāku e pāna ki tēnei, the lakefront development, and I noticed that we have had some schools coming through. Is that an approach that Council are actively seeking, or does that come from the schools to the Council?
Primarily from Council, and we've been really fortunate to have the support of one of our staff members, Kingi Biddle, who is able to provide translations and also be the main contributor for our kura kaupapa Māori when they visit. So we've been lucky that it's been available for all schools, but it's primarily our team. And it's about just raising awareness, and also it's a pretty cool project for kids to look at on a number of bases, you know, both the technical and the engineering and the design and the science aspects, but also thinking about how we express our community identity and talking a little bit about the history of the land, that it is gifted reserves. So there's lots of things that the kids get excited about.
And I'd really like to acknowledge the team for doing that, because it is through that formal part of education that we create opportunities for inspiration and aspiration in the direction of employment and future directions for some of these children. Nō reira, nei rā te mihi.
Kia ora. If I can also add that I think on the last visit with one of the kura kaupapa, there were a couple of workers on site who could speak Māori, heard the kids talking, and then turned around and started to kōrero Māori to them. So that was really cool for them to be able to engage with the contractors down there.
Her Worship the Mayor, followed by Councillor Wayne.
Yes, just a question, Gina. On the Ruario that we were rolling out with signage, are we still doing that?
We are doing it within existing budgets. So with new projects, our translation team are constantly busy. We've got a process. They're doing translations every Tuesday because there is a high demand across the organisation.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to congratulate you for being nominated and being to be a finalist at the Westpac Rotorua Business Awards for being in the bilingual business category. I think that was just so amazing to see. And I really love that approach, kia Māori ai te reo, making te reo commonplace. And I've read, thanks to the comms team as well, for all the social media posts that we've been seeing, using simple phrases, in the workplace. And I just think I've heard really amazing responses from it in the community. So thank you so much for that.
Kapai, it was an honour to be nominated in the category with some of the other nominees because they were, preeminent in the country. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gina.
Kapai.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with the Chair, it's probably not as important as, but some time ago, I think there was an issue with, we had spoken about having some stereo signage into the entrance space for Rotorua, but I believe NZTA at that time had objected. Did we ever get around that? And
yes, we did. There is a problem with, I'll say that there is a problem with NZTA's regulations. I've been approached a couple of times by NZTA to provide feedback on how they engage with Māori communities, and I've been very clear that their regulations need to be updated to allow for high quality te reo Māori signage. Some of their standard accepted translations are not high quality or are not accurate. So, and then in other places they don't allow any translations at all. So we have been giving feedback into the national regulatory framework, but that's something that sits with NZTA. We can only lobby them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Gina. We welcome our Group Manager of Strategy Group, JP, to overview his report, and we are on page 46.
Good afternoon, everyone. Same as Gina, I'll just take my report as read and answer any questions. The only things I would add, councillors, is just reflecting on the comments that you heard today from the chairs and chief executives of the three CCOs. We've been extremely privileged to actually have worked very closely over the last six or 8 months. Obviously, the lockdown period really meant that we all had to pull together. So the working relationships that have been fostered between those CCOs and the main organisation have been really critical. And so that working is, I think Andrew described it as sort of the glued to each other, actually, because we really have had to use the resourcing across all of those teams to assist with some of the planning around the SIP projects, but also to start looking at the economic recovery projects that have been identified. So it really has been a significant level of flexibility displayed by those CCOs to assist with a whole bunch of project bids, but equally to look at their own SOIs and adapt as we've had to work to try and either keep employment there or start looking at new initiatives for economic recovery. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as well.
Thank you very much. Your Worship, the Mayor.
Is just a bit of a plug at this stage, JP, a fantastic process for recruiting our two tuia members next year, and that's getting some good pickup online. So thank you for that. It's quite an innovative way of finding the right people that will benefit from that program, and the applications close very soon, so just a little push if Te Tata or Te Arawa can help us a little bit there too. It's a very valuable program, and they're just loving it, the two that have been helped by staff this year.
Great.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, JP. Just as Mayor Steve Chadwick has talked about the 2-year program, just wanted to know if there was any other alternative to any youth programs for other youths within the council, because a couple of years ago they marched up to here talking about hearing their voice, and I think at the end of the day we were not going to have a youth council. But what other avenues does the schools or other youths have?
There's probably a couple of answers to that, and I think one of the things that we've just been quite clear about is making sure that we have direct engagement. So the climate responses that you talked about, once we removed the Youth Council, there was a real push for us, and you've heard a lot of the teams talk specifically how we're engaging directly with young people, either in projects or design of projects, or certainly in the information around those. So it's been more orientated now to specific projects or specific areas of work, but there is the Tuia program is another example of those sort of processes. So I think it's one of these areas that we'll continue to watch to see if there's any other opportunities we have, or whether we should take some different approaches to that. So it's constantly under review.
Thank you. Councillor Wang.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you, JP. And I guess following on from Councillor Kumar's comment, I know that some councils who don't have youth councils have instead a youth working group that they kind of liaise with to increase youth input and the youth voice into council. But I guess following on to the Rotorua Climate Action Plan, and I know I've brought it up before, but I just want to make sure that we will be going into local schools and local kura to consult with them and to talk with them about the plan. I know we're coming into the end of the year, and originally when we brought it up, it was school holidays, so it wasn't appropriate. But now we're coming into the end of the year, and they'll be going off to exams soon. So I wonder if we could get something done there, because I mean the schools, the youth, they were a massive advocate for this, and for us to come this far, and it would be really amazing if we went into the schools and went into the kura to talk to them about this.
So just to clarify, because the consultation itself is closed, but you're just requesting that we still go into the schools to have those discussions with them on the plan.
Yeah.
I think it's a brilliant suggestion.
Sorry. Yes, I understand it. I know that the public consultation is closed, but what I was meaning was to go into the schools to explain the plan to them.
When we look to finalise that, so again, it's we've got the same challenge not only with schools going off, but actually with council closing down through into December as well. So our timing is a wee bit pressured ourselves, so it may be into next year before we are in a position to start communicating that out. But I totally agree with the level of interest that there was with the younger people around climate action, being really clear about what's gone into our plan. And then also how that leads into the long-term plan is critical. So yes, we'll take that suggestion back out.
Thank you. Your Worship, the Mayor, followed by Councillor Okawate.
It's just on the climate action plan. I think we mustn't forget as well that every candidate got around the colleges and they were grilled about climate change here. Very active presentations from all elected members, or all candidates. And then we also had that Pūtaki Nui, which is the youth voices strategy that comes in there. But I don't know how closely linked that is to our climate change draft plan that we're waiting to hear.
I'll have to check.
Yeah. Councillor Okawate.
Thank you. I hope you'll allow me to ask this question of JP, and it's in relation to a question that was asked by Councillor Kumar and answered by Gina, Ms. Rangi, and it was around the signs coming into the city in Te Reo. And I've been sitting here thinking about that, and Gina did say, Ms. Rangi did say that, the approach had been made to NZTA, that's right, NZTA. And, their system, they're quite currently a bit outdated with their... But actually, we're New Zealand's first bilingual city. And Māori is an official language of New Zealand. And we would expect, I believe, that for the precedent to be set for our city. So what are we going to do about it? Wait for them to get around it to get around to doing something, or authorising it in 15 years' time? Do we not do something, Your Worship, or JP, to say that this is what we want? This is what you do. This is what you have to advocate for.
Through you, Madam Chair, we did push hard on this issue when it was first raised, and that was while they were looking at changing speed limits and the approaches to the Hemel Gorge roundabout. So again, they cite not only a case of the standards around signage, but also distances for signage, and so that's the regulations they try and put in place. But absolutely concur with the thrust that we probably need to push a bit harder on that and actually move it away from a conversation about formal entranceway signs, and it's a welcome to the city signage that potentially could be back further or could not actually be associated with the traffic regulations basis. So I think it's probably worth us having another crack at that discussion.
Well, thank you. I just thought we shouldn't let it lie.
Yeah, sounds like the appetite's there for it anyway. Your Worship, the Mayor.
I totally agree with you. NZTA, really, we need to keep the pressure up. A new minister there now, and so another crack at it would be great. But one of the arguments that I didn't find legitimate was if you were trying to put bilingual wording, you cluttered up the sign and people might bang into it, really, which was rather stupid. So I think we can have another go at it with a new minister. And on that note, I'm writing to all those that have got a relation with council to say, come in and we'd like to discuss these things as a council.
Thank you. Miss Bray.
Oh, kia ora, John. JP. Whoever, on page 47 under the Child Equity Program, whoever it was from your library staff that came up with the idea for the activity kits for the children in emergency housing, can you please congratulate them? I think it's wonderful. Myself and my neighbours in Rotorua Road have recently visited some of those children, and they do have limited play areas and things, so I know that will be gratefully appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. That concludes our strategy group. Thank you very much, JP. We now invite Jocelyn Mikaire to the table. We are on page 49, and Jocelyn will overview the operations group as our manager. Welcome.
Tēnā tātou. Just wanted to give a few, or make a few highlights before accepting questions. So just a reminder that last month we had the opening of Te Pūtake o Tawa. It was a bracing morning, but we had a fabulous time out there, and it was awesome to see a really big contingent of our community there, and also the opportunity to see another stage in that project completed. So it was an awesome morning. There's some updates in there around our aquatic centre and the museum, which you will all have the opportunity to go and have a look at on Monday on the tour on the bus. We'll be in both those locations, and of course at the end of this month there's also a plan to go and visit the lakefront, which you'll get to go behind the fence and have a really good look for your own edification around what's happening in there. And so those were just my few updates around the larger projects. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mayor Chadwick.
I do want to congratulate you for the project of Pūtake o Tawa. That was the most positive morning. For those that can now see the infrastructure spend in the ablution block, and it was just simply phenomenal, and very different partners were there than those we work with, and reflective of CNI and the commercial partnerships that can emerge here, but also the mountain biking fraternity, and it was a phenomenal morning. So I congratulate you. When we have this partnership funding, we can do the most astonishing things as a community when we get the projects right. It was lovely, but it was freezing. It was very cold.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not too sure to bring it up here or to bring it up at the infrastructure group update, but with the algae bloom that's happened in the Lake Rotorua, Yeah, and the last significant one was 10 years ago, and then there was one little one in 2015. Going ahead, are there any, I guess, what are we doing? Preventative measures
I'll just get Rob.
We'll invite
and
Rob to the table.
have a few words as well.
So,
kia ora tātou. I mean, from a lake dynamics perspective, which I have quite a lot of background in, the algae bloom situation with the lake water quality improving, so a lot of work the Regional Council doing and ourselves with sewage treatment and all the land use changes, those algal blooms will become less common over time. So there's a raft of activities going to manage those. As a result of that, we probably will get some aquatic weed issues, which we've got a plan to manage for the lakefront as well. So we're aware of that happening. They will occur in certain conditions. We know that that's going to be a legacy issue from many years of high nutrients going into the lake, but they will be ramping down over time. We can't do much about them when they do actually occur, but we'll be able to manage effects in terms of where we're going to from here. So, I mean, that's really the gist of what's happening in that situation.
Kia ora, thank you.
we did discuss this on the Rotorua Lakes strategy, which is the partners of Te Aroha Lakes Trust, Rotorua Lakes Council and Regional Council. I would just say thank goodness we've got that external group of the Lakes Water Quality Society that watches this like a hawk, but this was complex, incredibly complex, probably worthy of a presentation at some stage by the three partners. Not one easy fix, but one concern was the alum dosing plant that is located by Puaringa had failed. So that's only one. It was also very hot weather and it's a shallow lake, but it also reminds us about the very important PC10 issue and the management of land use that ultimately comes into our aquifer. So there's a whole lot of really complex things. I think we all got a shock, but it went away quite quickly. But this is the beginning of summer, so it's going to be a challenge for us.
Thank you. Were there any further questions? We're on page 49 to 58. There appear to be none. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Jocelyn. We invite Stavros Michael back to the floor, and as our Group Manager for Infrastructure Group, to overview his report. We're on page 58. Welcome, Stavros.
Kia ora. Madam Chair, I will take the report as read. I think the report outlines a whole range of activities we are undertaking as a matter of delivering on business plan for infrastructure. There are about 5 or 6 key areas that I will just very briefly touch upon. Obviously, notwithstanding what I heard about our reservations with NZTA signage and so on, nevertheless, NZTA at the moment are working on a number of projects in our area. The Eastern Corridor, obviously, ongoing works, which are good on one side. On the other side, they cause some inconvenience to traveling public on a day-to-day basis, but basically we are working towards improving that corridor. And to the north, obviously, the work from Nogodaha to the north to Hamilton, obviously those works are progressing at the moment. Also, you will notice that we have started the installation of our LED lights, a conversion of 5,000 street lights into LED lights, and will be completed by the end of the financial year, which has got significant climate change and obviously operational ongoing efficiencies for us. We're working on the Crown infrastructure projects relating to the funding we had for the stormwater improvements to the east and to the west. But also included in there, we've got $5 million of local road improvements to be made in terms of safety and pedestrians and cyclists. And you will probably hear that near the vicinity of the Linmore schools, we are undertaking at the moment some some works with regards to the Innovative Streets project, where we're exploring opportunities to improve the safety of schools and pedestrians going to and from schools. Also, we're working with Tatao Punamu to make sure that our structural plan in terms of infrastructure for to the east area is consistent with the principles they have established as a community down there. And obviously, the couple of other areas this week, our wastewater management and maintenance project with 3DD has commenced on Monday. The transition took place, and things are progressing in the direction as expected. And we're putting a lot of energy and effort into the government's Three Waters review at the moment. We are responding to a significant level of information requests from the Department of Internal Affairs. We delivered our first tranche of information at the end of October, and now have another tranche of information for which we need to provide it by the end of January. And we are taking part in the steering group for that, and obviously we'll be advising the council as that kind of program or expectation is progressing. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavros. Worship the Mayor.
The big things, you were dealing with the big things, but this is a little one, and I don't know where it's at. It's the request for Rotorua School to have a footpath, and I don't know where that's at in our whole works program, Stavros. It was just parents pushing children in, some of them in wheelchairs, or taking their toddlers, and it's been sort of long-standing. It doesn't really fit Tina Road. I can't try and tuck it in there, but I don't know where it's at. And I get asked occasionally when I'm out at Rotorua.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's one of the long list of projects, obviously, on our schedules at the moment. And very soon you will be receiving the infrastructure strategy for the LTP. And that infrastructure strategy outlines a whole range of initiatives and projects that currently are not funded, and suggesting ways of funding that. But I think it need to be put into the context of the overall demand, for the whole district.
Thank you.
Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stavros, probably just not with any reference to this, but just with reference to what fellow Councillor Donaldson said, to make some good on Tinai Road, to make some good eggs, you have to crack a few. To make some good omelets, you have to crack a few eggs. Is this work that's going on in Tinai Road at the moment, is it on a long night cycle as well, or is it just what is the duration of the work? Is there consent for them to work longer later, or is that prohibited?
Well, the work currently on Tinai Road on stage 1 relates to the activity between Solar Street and Isles Roads. They're working through as fast as they can, and the contractors obviously have got some time constraints as to what they need to do. I think often you hear in the media and you hear a lot of public talking about why don't they work 24/7 or whatever. But the reality is that the contractors have got health and safety responsibilities for their own workforce. And also, if you work on a 24/7, you need to make sure your supplier is working 24/7 too. So I think they're going as fast as they can. Remember, the contractors have got an incentive to finish a project as soon as possible, because that will maximize, their margins, I suppose. But the current constraints experienced down there, I would expect them by the end of December, mid to end of December, to start seeing coming to the end at the end of the tunnel, because that's where the more significant activities in the Tarawera roundabout, or the conversion there, the free left turning to Solar Street, and so on. And these are unfortunate but unnecessary components of improving a construction in an infrastructure element.
Thank you very much. There appear to be no further questions. Thank you very much, Stavros. Our last group manager for Business Support Group, Thomas Colley. We will take the report as read. Are there any questions that come from the Business Support Group, which is on page 67? There do appear to be none, but I'll just give you a minute. There do appear to be none. Sure, Michael.
But the upgrade of the suite for the executive team and our officers has gone incredibly smoothly, and it's a delight to be back in there. And the public who comes in just love the look and feel and the openness and the light. And so thank you for that. It's gone smoothly. The air conditioning works, which is just a wonder. And it's really lovely and getting good feedback. So he doesn't get thanked very often.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just interested in knowing that I think there was a rating process, and I probably missed it. It said something about 1st September. No, is the new rateable valuations out already, or is it coming?
Sorry, I think from memory they're underway. I don't think they have been actually, so no resident or anything's been notified of what they are yet. They're still finalising all of that. Yep.
I think it says it'll take about 3 months, so yeah. Well, that draws our meeting to a conclusion. This is our final Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting for the year. So I want to, it's been one heck of a year. So I really want to thank our executive team and your staff behind you for getting through the year that was 2020. Really acknowledge the work, the pivoting that needed to occur, but the speed at which that happened. So thank you very much to our executive, thank you to our elected members, and thank you to the public who have been with us along this journey. As it is our final meeting, I'll just close with a karakia for us today. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou ariki, a ihu karaiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, amene. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much.
And through the chair,